like reach 1,000 to almost 2,000%. And then our loss of emission, that is organic content, for both areas, they are almost more than, relatively more than 90%. So if we plot it some of the way that normally we want to look into the trend how the moisture content, relationship between the moisture content and the loss of emission. So this one is Cebu area, we found that actually the moisture content is increased with the organic content. But whereas for the multi-content here, we can find that actually the moisture content is actually relatively more gently or not much change with the organic content. So this is a very different, a little bit different in between the characteristic of the area Cebu and also the Pontiac. So it gives us a very good understanding that when we are dealing with the material like this, and also we are dealing material with this, they are actually we need to adopt a different construction method and also the construction material. So to end my presentation, just a quick discussion and conclusion. So the pit soil found in the both study area can be classified as oligotrophic group, which are low in mineral contents, and especially they are calcium and are acid in reaction. So relatively, Cebu pit show higher level of decomposition, which resulting in high scale of humidification based on Wombos squeeze test or Wombos classification test. So in the Cebu area, actually is a valley pit. So they are not really a basin pit. So and then here we also, because at the left-hand side, we actually encounter small river valley. So existing in the low deserted hilly landscape. That's why we found that in the left-hand side, it's only about 6.6 meters. But in the right-hand side, we can see about 12 meters of pit. So this is a very old picture taken back in 2009, in which we do have a group of the people actually playing with pit during the time. This was me back in 2009, still quite slim, not like now, it's getting wet. So this is our founder for the Center of Research. He retired. And then I didn't show you some of the other picture in more recent picture because I feel that this is the one that I feel is more memorable. So that's why I'm showing this one. So before I end my presentation, this is our notice board for our center. And then this is our faculty. This is our center, research center. And then this is our faculty in which my office is somewhere here. Okay, so this is, we have two towers here, and then we are in the green in color. Okay, so with it, I thank you. Yeah, thanks a lot for the organizer. So I will pass back to the organizer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the wonderful keynote speech. It was very informative. And thank you for spending your valuable time with us and giving this informative session. So next, I would like to introduce and welcome our next keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Lakshman Kumar, sir. Are you online? Sir, are you able to hear me? Sorry for the interruption. Dr. Lakshman, sir, he'll be joining us in 2 minutes.
Sorry, organizer.
Yeah, sure.
Is it going to have any Q&A session after the keynote, or
Yes, sir. We'll be moving on to the technical sessions.
so means they won't have any Q&A session, right? Do you have any Q&A session?
Q&A session at the end of each technical session we'll have.
Okay, so for keynote, it won't be any Q&A, right?
If they have any questions, they may write to us.
Okay, thank you. So may I ask the permission to leave earlier?
Sorry, sir, pardon?
May I ask the permission, may I get the permission to leave earlier the conference?
Yeah, sure, we'll do that.
Okay, thanks a lot. So thanks a lot again. So maybe you can wish to see you all next time. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I meet earlier. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
Is it okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, no, sorry for the delay, right? Okay, so I was
Okay, no problem, sir.
no, it was like an urgent meeting. So I mean, so a call from management, so I cannot neglect that, right?
Okay, fine, no problem. So, attendees, here we go. We have
Yeah.
been waiting for Dr. R. Lakshman Kumar. He is currently associated with Hindustan College of Engineering and Technology from Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, and he's a director of R&D Artificial Intelligence for a Canadian-based company, ASIQC at Vancouver in BC, British Columbia. He is the founding member of IEEE SIG of Big Data for Cybersecurity and Privacy IEEE. He serves as a co-member in the editorial advisor board of Artificial Intelligence Group in Cambridge Scholars Publishing UK, Trends in Renewable Energy Journal USA, Frontiers in Communications and Networks Switzerland, AI Forum, which is world's leading forum for artificial intelligence. He's an IEEE brand ambassador, also a member in IEEE. He was invited as keynote speaker for AVIS 2020, that is Asia Artificial Intelligence Virtual Summit 2020, which is the Asia's first biggest virtual summit on artificial intelligence, which was held at Malaysia on June 2020. He's a global chapter lead for MLCS, Machine Learning for Cybersecurity. He himself involves in research and expertise in AI and blockchain technology. He holds the certification in data science from Johns Hopkins University, United States. He also holds the Amazon Cloud Architect certification from Amazon Web Services. He is also an ACM distinguished speaker. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. And it's an honor to have you today. And
Yeah.
thank you once again and for joining us. So without any delay, we'll move on to the keynote lecture, sir.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So hi, hello all. So hope you all are good, right? So before getting into the content, I want to ask you, I mean, a big sorry, like, so because I cannot join on time. Okay, so I'm sorry for that. So I was late for, so probably 11 minutes. So sorry for that, right? Okay, well. So let me thank the management of IFREC who have taken this to the next level. Really, it was, it was a kind of, good invitation for me, right? And you know very well, like this conference has its focus on multidisciplinary paradigms. So I want to discuss few things like how multidisciplinary paradigms can work with different technologies. So being an AI scientist, okay, so being an AI scientist and AI researcher, I can tell you like we are using AI with a lot of different paradigms, right? So like I'm I'm currently working with healthcare sectors with AI, and recently I'm working with the research with University of Petras in Greece, and we are working towards optical communications, like how to increase the bandwidth and how to minimize the energy loss. That is, we are working on network planning and network monitoring. So for that, we are using machine learning. You know very well, like machine learning is a kind of a subset of AI. So we are working on that. And to say some of my projects, like I have worked with educational domain, like how to identify the IQ of the students through AI, and even I'm working with a few finance companies, like how we can bring AI to them. And the next thing, and coming to the point, like we know very well, like what AI can do it and what AI is capable of doing it, right? And now the complete research focus is on blockchain. I want to tell you like why blockchain. And you know very well, like nowadays we all depends on third parties. So to overcome that and to bring more security on that, we plan to work on blockchain as well. So that is the reason why people are thinking, guys like me are thinking like, okay, we are working on AI and why we can't try something on blockchain. So that is why we are working towards blockchain. So now it is a kind of a win-win situation where we are using AI and blockchain altogether, right? So nowadays, it is a kind of a convergence, like how to move from AI to blockchain. But I cannot tell you like we cannot completely neglect AI because AI is everything because we are using AI in our day-to-day life. So we cannot neglect anything right from your phone because when you wake up in the morning, I mean, you used to unlock your phone by using fingerprints, okay, and you will get all the notifications. So AI is like everything. Like so, we use AI for so we use so generally we use AI for everything, right? Okay, so we know that. And the next thing is like we are planning to bring a blockchain. So how blockchain can be worked along with AI, and what are the issues which in which I mean AI and probably AI cannot do it, right? Okay. So now what I can do is like so I'm going to share. I mean. 1 minute, yeah. So 1 minute, please. Yeah. Yes. Right. So probably from this slide, I mean, you will have a better understanding like how we can bring blockchain and AI for a better future. So my agenda is like I'm going to speak about the convergence, like what we are doing with AI and what we can do. I mean, by bringing blockchain with AI, and this is will be the agenda of this session. And coming to the point, like, and this is my favorite quote because I hope everyone is again. I mean, everyone agrees with me. Like, okay, in the new world, we know it is not the big fish which eats the small fish; it's the fast fish which eats the slow fish. That is, I mean, that is really required in this era because I mean, nowadays people are not looking for hardware; they are telling like, okay, we need to have some smart work kind of stuff. So generally, we want to bring some smart work. That is the reason why people like us are thinking like, why can't we bring blockchain into AI so that we can find some new, we can bring some new findings. That is what we are working on, right? Okay. So you know where like AI is completely is becoming part of everyday life. Okay, right from your mobile phones to your, I mean your kettle, right from your, I mean washing machine, right from your TV. We are our world is completely is connected through smart things, right? So AI is everything, and we know like AI has already dominated the global economy because I can tell you like even the very largest industry across the world, right? Okay, across the world uses AI for everything because we know like AI is redefining the entire world's global economy, right? Okay, right from all the sectors, right from the healthcare to finance and to logistics, right? And from this pic, you can understand like I have given 4 domains like in healthcare, what I mean, what AI can capable of doing it in healthcare. You can find out. We can. I mean, if you want, you can bring everything. And majorly, we are working on a classification kind of problem in AI. And next, there comes to logistics. Okay, in logistics, say for example, if you are trying to buy something in I mean, in any e-commerce site, you know very well, like you can track like where it is and how it is and how it is tracked, and you can track the entire shipment, the orders, refund status of everything, how you can do that, right? So it means what? So it means everything is monitored and everything, and we are getting a lot of analytics. Okay, so AI is completely plays a vital role in the terms of logistics and also the supply chain management. And coming to the below left hand side, you can find like now we are using AI. I mean, much better. Like I mean, it's like not. It's not like the previous. things like we are using AI greatly in the terms of education. Like nowadays we are speaking about education 4.0, like how we can improve our blended learning, how we can improve our flipped classroom, right? Okay, so how we can improve our OBE, that is outcome-based education, through AI. So we are trying to incorporate AI into our existing. So we want to break the word called traditional education, and we are working towards to bring some conventional education. So that is what we are working on. The next thing, it's coming is a travel. You know very well, right? The case of travel, like AI is everywhere, right? From the pilot cockpit, okay, to to the edge part of your airplane, you can find everything. Like it is completely embedded with AI, right? Okay, and the next thing I want to tell you, like, and when I started to speak about AI to many of the people, generally they used to say like, sir, you're telling like AI, you are bringing AI to our universities. Whether it will bring a job loss? No, it will not. Because people should understand, like, whenever we try to automate things, we need humans to automate. So it means what? The people with good skill set is always valued, is always recognized. So you will not be threatened or you will not be moved away from the company. No, you will not be fired as well. Right? So it means what? I'm telling you, like the people with the proper skill set, okay, is always recognized. So the people with good skills there need not to be worried about all those stuff, because we know very well like the skillless people are worried because we need potential guys to automate the things. So because missions cannot automate by themselves, okay, because now we are not, because we know very well mission does not have cognitive ability, only humans can do that, right? Okay. So I cannot tell you like we will not have jobless problem until unless you have a proper skill set. And the next thing is they used to say like whether we will be having a safety problem. Yes, there will be kind of a safety problem when we try to bring AI, but still we are working towards that. Even I want to tell you a small story. Like, probably a 15, probably a decade ago, right, when cloud computing comes into the market, right, people used to say like, no, we don't want to, especially, the banking sector used to say like, no, we are not going to store our data in the cloud because that is not secure. But now what happens now? Now most of the people are using their own private cloud so that all the data are secure. It is like the same case. Right? Now they are telling like, no, we are not going to give our data to someone, right? Okay, that is what I want to tell you. Like even like if I want to tell you a small story. I don't want to mention the name of the company, and it is in the city called Delhi, in India. And generally, you know what happened? Like, so they have asked me to do a use case, and I have worked on the use case, and their plan is to build the test beds. Okay, and we have done that successfully. And I want to tell you, like, and they have told me a word like, like they want to build an application. Okay, but the thing is that they are not ready to store their data in the cloud. So unfortunately, we cannot use any free tools which is available in the Google, and it is not like we can use any tools available in the market. You know what we have done, and we have their own setup by using their NVIDIA. Okay, so we have got a separate setup for storing and processing, and we have done that. So people are something like that, but still it's all measures is funding. Okay, the amount of money the organization can fund, it all depends, right? And the next thing is trust related problem. And always used to say like, how can we trust machines or how can we trust softwares? I can tell you like we can trust the softwares, but nowadays we are writing a lot of rules, right? In terms of blockchain, we used to write smart contracts because everything takes place in the form of consensus algorithm. So we generally set rules to a mission like, hey, this is what you need to do and this is what you should not do, right? So don't worry about the trust related problem. And the next thing is competition problem. I can tell you, like, as a humans, we may take to solve some, something which comes in the terms of competition, but mission cannot do that, okay? Because the processing power which it has is enormous and it can solve any types of communication, right? Okay. And the next thing is, I can tell you, like, once you bring AI, okay, see what AI can do. It like people used to say like, AI, because of AI, it brings threat to privacy. It also brings to threat to human dignity. and also tells like it brings threat to safety as well, right? So these are the few problems in which people nowadays are telling like, if you bring AI, these things will happen. So we want to break this out. So that is the reason why we have thought of bringing blockchain into it. And almost we have successfully deployed a project as well, and it is working. But only one thing I want to tell you, like when it comes in terms of blockchain, and definitely I can tell you like, I mean, resources, the another problem, it is blockchain is completely resource constrained and AI is not like that. Right. So I mean, so it is like I want to tell you like what is blockchain. You know very well like what is blocks, and from there, I mean, I have given all the steps through images so that guys you can easily visualize it, right? So you can find it out like this is the block where in the block we used to store all the data. Initially, like blockchain was started for the cryptocurrency, and nowadays we are using blockchain for everything. And I want to tell you like there is a university, British University in Dubai, right, in UAE, and they are using blockchain to store the degree certificates of their students. So they are using it, right? Yeah. And this is how like a blockchain works, right? It's very simple. Blockchain is a block and chain. We have different blocks and it's clubbed together in a place called chain. If someone want to transfer one block to another block, right? So all the things are monitored in a place called distributed ledger. So ledger is it's a kind of a piece of a block, right? It monitors everything, right? And who take cares of everything? We have a concept called miners. So miners are the one who takes care like how to add a block and when to add a block, when to delete a block. So all the admin rights will be in the terms of miners. And let us take a situation like there are 10 blocks, and who is selected as a miner? Miner is selected based on the consensus algorithm. So based on the consensus algorithm, miners is selected. And you can tell me like how the consensus algorithm is done. There are a lot of consensus algorithm. From my experience, we have around 8 to 9 consensus algorithms like POW, proof of work, proof of stack, proof of POET. No, lot of stuff are there. I don't want to discuss much about that because this is not the right platform to say everything, right? So depending upon the consensus algorithm, generally mine is a selector. Okay, so it means that if one person in a block tries to send the data to another block, it means the ledger maintains everything. So security is done because cryptography is vastly used in the terms of blockchain. So we use asymmetric or symmetric that based on the requirement. So once a data is altered, the hash value of the particular block is altered and is reflected in the ledger. So other blocks will understand that hey, someone is trying to do something. Okay, so we need to monitor that. So this is how the blockchain works, and the blockchain is a place where we will not allow third parties into the picture, right? Yes. And what happens once you bring blockchain and AI? Definitely, I can tell you like it will become a complementary relationship because so generally we can work on a problem like resource optimization, like resource data distribution and security. Even we can work on data monetization as well. So I have worked on few use cases where guys you will come to know like what happens if I bring blockchain and AI altogether. Like so we know where there are few places where we have used blockchain with AI. Like number one is like we know like there are few largest energy companies. Okay, so we have used a blockchain and AI to them and to efficiently use data. And even we have a tool called cybersecurity tool because I have told you in the case of blockchain we use a ledger called digital ledger, and through this what we can do is we can generally design everything. Like if someone tries to alter any data, then that cannot be possible because the hash value will be changed and is reflected in the lecture where the other people, including miners, can understand that something is happening fishy in that, right? Okay. And the next thing is like another thing I want to tell you, like there's a one big forum called fake news. We know very well, like nowadays we are getting a lot of fake news, so we need some medium to classify and cluster the content. Okay. So by using AI, we are doing that, but still the data is not authenticated. So that is the only reason where the companies are trying to combat everything by using blockchain into AI. Generally to identify the misinformation and to find the satire on that. Okay. And the next thing, blockchain and AI plays a vital role in terms of healthcare. healthcare platform, because I will tell you a small example. Like imagine like a X person X is going to a doctor, and what doctor says, hey, you need to take a scan, and then what he does is he will take a scan, okay, and the doctor will say blah 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 everything like that. And let us imagine like now X is not convinced with the doctor, and what he will do, and he will always go for the second opinion, and generally he will go to another doctor and he will say like, hey doctor, I have this problem, and I mean it seems like I may have this problem, and doctor says, hey, you need to take a scan. So what this X will do? X have already taken scan, spent money and spent time, and now X has come to a next doctor, and the doctor is saying again, okay. So what happens again? He need to spend money and he need to waste his time. So what happens in terms of blockchain? Let me give you a small example. Like, see, imagine like X is going to a doctor, your first doctor, and doctor is telling like take a scan, and what X will do, he will take a scan, and he's imagine like he's storing his document, he's storing all these medical records in a blockchain, okay, in a block, right? And he goes to a next doctor, and the next doctor tells like, hey, you need to take a scan, and the patient tells to him like, hey, see, I'm not going to waste my time on my money. So if you want, what you can do is you can access my scan reports in a block. For that, you need to have my authorization. So through this, what the doctors, all the records are not being misused by any doctors or any healthcare company, because it is already stored in a block. It is stored by you, not by other, because we don't depend on third parties. So through this, the file is preserved and it is secure. And moreover, we don't want to, if anyone want to access that, they need to have authorization from that particular from the particular person. This is how we generally works, okay. Right? And I mean, there are a lot of use cases I have worked, because the time given to me is around 30 minutes. So within 30 minutes, no, it is very hard for me. I mean to explain what is happening a lot when we bring blockchain and AI. Into that. Okay, right. Then this is what I want to tell you. Like we have heard about smart city, right? But still, smart city is based on AI. But what we have planned is like, see, we may find a lot of hackers, like they can change the data, but we don't want to do that. That is the reason where we are planning to bring blockchains into the existing. You may think how it happens. It's very simple. Like what you can do is very simple. Once you store your data in your cloud server, that is why instead of storing as a server in a server, from the server, what you can find a source and you can try it. You can serve it as a block. Once you have deployed your blockchain, and coming to this, there are many types of blockchain. Okay, from my experience, I'm good at the private blockchain, but I can tell you like there are two blockchain that people are mostly using nowadays. Like one is a public blockchain, next one is a private blockchain. Okay, if you want to create a blockchain for your organization, for your family, or for your private stuff, you can go for a private blockchain. So private blockchain is very easy. You can find, if you want, you can give a try. Okay, probably there's a one good open source which is available in the market is Codra. Okay, you can find Codra is open. It's open source platform where it will help you to create your own blockchain. Okay, and when it comes to public, in the terms of public is widely available for all the public. Ethereum, right? Okay, so Ethereum is a kind of a public blockchain where if you want, you can be part of that chain. You can be part of that network. And I want to tell you, like in the case of private blockchain, we don't have miners concept. There we use a concept called notary. But in the terms of a public blockchain, we have a concept called miners. Okay. Right, so miners will not come in the terms of private blockchain because they use a concept called notary, right? So there are a lot of things are there. So coming to the point, like once you bring blockchain into AI, definitely it will improve your logistics tracking. Even it can help you to bring some real-time failure as well. So you can use wherever you want in blockchain. Even we have used on prediction engine, like how to bring a stock market to from Google's searches, right? Okay. Even if you want, you can bring your AI and blockchain into monetizing your intellectual property. Okay, right? Say for example, you are buying a property, and then generally you can place all the documents in a particular block, so that if someone claims that this is their property, you can do that. No, this is my property, because you have all the documents preserved in your own block. Right? Okay. Even we are trying to use blockchain and AR in AI in AR and VR avatars. Right? Okay. right? So there are a lot of things are there, right? But I can tell you like, okay, see, once you bring blockchain and AI together, I can tell you it paves the way for the fourth industrial revolution. And I can tell you once we bring AI and blockchain together, definitely the scalability, okay, the scalability of our organization is greatly improved, and we can have a good concern on security as well. And the next thing is that there are a lot of opportunities available for the blockchain, so that we can, I mean, we can improvise our existing AI project. Like, okay, we can improvise by bringing blockchain as the upper layer into that. And once you do that, I can tell you like even it is possible for us to, I mean, lower your capital, or I mean capital cost, right? So that's it done from my side. Like, so if you want to have a connect, and this is my LinkedIn profile, and this is my website, and this is my generally this is my WhatsApp number. Okay. So I hope like I'm done for now, because the time given to me is almost, yes. So hi Zelia.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. You can stop sharing your screen, sir. Thank you so much. And if you don't mind, can we take one question from one of our participants, sir?
Sorry, I don't understand. I mean, hi, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well. I can hear you well. So any queries from participants?
So one of the
I cannot hear you. It seems like a network issue.
lecturers and professors losing their jobs. So what is your opinion towards it?
No, can you please repeat it? Sorry, right? So so I had a break, right?
Yes, we had a question here from Mr. Ganesh. Yes, will artificial intelligence and intelligent tutoring systems result in lecturers and professors, like basically the academicians, losing their jobs? Like, what is your opinion towards it?
No. It is not like that. People have a different perspective, right? Okay. So I can tell you, like, never academicians will never lose a job, right? Say, for example, no, in a lot of countries, we know very well academicians, researchers help the company to, to develop their product, because they plays a vital role in the research and development of many companies, right? From Intel, right? Because people from MIT, Stanford, right? Okay, and India, and people from IIT, right? Okay, so we generally see, even I am an industrial consultant, even I'm an academician also, right? So I represented many universities, I represent many industries as well. So I cannot say like, so I can tell you one thing is, if you if you generally, if you have enough skill set, okay, right? So I mean, if you have stuff, you can be tough.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir, for answering to the question, and thank you so much for that informative keynote session that you have given to us. And thank you to both of our eminent keynote speakers who have joined us today, Dr. Lakshman Kumar as well as Dr. Felix, for giving us an immense knowledge in this area. So thank you so much. So with this, we come to an end of the keynote session. So we'll be moving on to our technical sessions. So
shall I
we'll
leave?
move on to our first presenter.
So Zelia, shall I leave?
Sure, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So once again, welcome back all of you, and thank you for joining us today. So we'll be moving on to our technical session. And our first presenter of the day is Nathan Polley, who will be discussing on the project-based and collaborative learning in a software development diploma, the ideas borrowed from mainstream education. So I hope Ms. Nathan Polley has joined us today.
Good evening, everyone. How are you?
Hi, how are you? I'm good.
So
Your
just
presentation.
share my screen.
Yeah, sure. You can share your screen. Yeah, it's clear.
Yes, so you were saying.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, joining us today, I also have Ganeshan as well. So Ganeshan. Now, before mentioning that my internet connection is a little bit unstable, so if I drop out for whatever reason, Ganeshan is in a position where he will continue the presentation. So let me quickly talk through what I'm going to be discussing today. So first of all, I just want to present you with the context of our scenario. Then I want to talk through what we learned, and then I want to open up the floor to some questions. So our particular context was that we were in New Zealand. We were both at the time, Diana joined us later, we were both a part of an international college. We had students that came from over 30 different countries represented. And what we were looking at doing is trying to present an authentic international experience for students so that they could pick up what New Zealand culture and New Zealand learning was all about. But we also wanted to provide them with an experience where they would be able to bring their background, bring their culture, and bring their real life experiences into our classroom and be able to collaborate to make a really good learning experience. So essentially everyone who joined our program had background in professional practice, or they had an undergraduate in IT background. So everyone had something to be able to contribute, and to do was introduce Maori concepts or Maori pedagogical concepts along with the P3 task taxonomy. And so what our intent was through this was that our students would be able to get a real understanding of New Zealand and in a framework that really worked. So I'll talk through some of the Maori concepts first. Now there was three that we really worked from. Before I go though, I should mention Maori, for those who are unfamiliar with the concept, is the first peoples of New Zealand. So they've been in New Zealand now for about 600 years, which is a lot longer than the Europeans, who have now just coming up to 200 years in New Zealand. So having a first people's perspective helps to just broaden our knowledge base within the class, but it also helps to give a different. So some of the concepts we really focused on were Ako, Waka, and Whānau. It's pronounced a little bit differently because they're Maori phrases, but essentially the idea being that we're all co-learners within the classroom. We're all heading in the same direction together, and we relate to each other as family. So we started off with this belief and this direction to make sure our students feel support, not just by the teachers, but by each other as well. So how that sort of played into practice was through the P3 task taxonomy. So we had three dimensions. First, practice, that little simple closed-ended code tasks. So that was distributed throughout the program. Secondly, we had problem solving. So that involved minor projects. And we had students making decisions on a daily basis, and then normally at the end of the week, bringing their decisions to their peers. So that made quite an impact because we had students in our classrooms who were very experienced and were able to provide a lot of input. And then lastly, project-based learning. So students all did a major capstone project, and the capstone project it happened at the end of their course, but it meant that there were also other minor projects leading up to that. So we scaffolded them towards that, but it allowed them to have a really ability to be able to implement what they learned within the real world. And so there was 4 sort of components, if you like. One involved desktop application development, another mobile application development. Then we put together web and cloud-based application development. And finally, like I said, the capstone project. So the capstone project really was half the course, and the other courses led to that. In terms of understand how we went, there was a couple of different methods we used. So we collected internal evidence. So some of that involved assessment results. So like I said, we had minor projects, major projects, and had weekly conversations through student presentations. So that provided us with a really good insight into how students were progressing, but it also gave us the ability to understand some of the decisions that they were making. So it wasn't just the final outcome, so to speak, that they were delivering, able to hear how their thoughts and their thinking was developed on a week-by-week basis, and often that could even be on a day-by-day basis. So that would have provided us with some really good insights. We also had student surveys, which were done periodically, and then we also had student interviews, which were also really good for shaping our understanding. In terms of external data collection, we had interviews that were conducted by the New Zealand Qualifications Authority. So the NZQA oversees all of the tertiary institutes in New Zealand, excepting the universities, so the private colleges, international colleges, all of those are overseen by NZQA, and so as part of that, their interviews were really insightful for us, and they came back with very strong evidence that the program was really effective. We also got feedback from industry experts, so along with great industry experts in, both within our local advisory group, so they periodically met and reviewed the program, but also reviewed a lot of the feedback that we were getting from industry and also from employers as well. And so we had feedback from a number of different avenues coming in. And then the other thing which we looked at was we had a career services professional who looked at employment as well. So this gave us a really good understanding of how well our students were going in terms of their professional ability to integrate into the workplace, but also as well as how well they were doing in the classroom as well. So the ability to sort of see things from progress as well as an outcomes perspective allowed us to be able to see, well, our graduate outcomes, our learning outcomes actually achieve what we desired. It was very much so. And so what did we find? Well, what we found was by actually using a project-based methodology, our students were highly motivated and engaged. And they also had very high satisfaction levels. So often we found that students required a short transition period. So many of them came from what we call an old style learning style or learning systems. In many cases, they had been to lectures. One of the things which Ganeshan in particular insisted on when we started writing this, delivering it, was that he did not want to have a lecture-based approach. We wanted to make it as authentic as possible to how people learn within both real world, but also to reflect how people learn naturally. And so we did achieve that. But when they actually came across to our new style of learning, what they found was that was very superior to what they previously had. They found it both more enjoyable, but they actually said they learned a lot more, and they learned, and this is what I think is probably the key thing for us, they learned what they wanted to learn. So in some cases, students really said, well, we want to learn Python. Great, if you really want to take that approach, that can be an outcome we can towards. Others were more interested in robotics, and some really interested in interesting outcomes or interesting artifacts. Were interested in gaming, and so that was an outcome which we were able to sort of guide them towards as well. And so no student actually finished having the same learner journey. It was different, but at the same time, it was also very meaningful. Which then helped them to understand how others pass on that knowledge to others who were starting. Others who had a more of a focus around databases or big data. So again, that was skills which they developed through this program that they were able to share who were starting as well. So what we found was that this was very collaborative in that students taught a lot through this from what students were learning. And so as educators, it helped us become more informed about what we're actually doing, but it also helped us to become more in touch with how students learn. And we found too that the employers really recognised this as well. One of the things we found was a real barrier was communication levels of our students. So we had students from a number of different countries. Russia. Okay, I'll just finish this off. Sorry, guys. So we had a number of different people from different countries, and in some cases that meant that when people joined, there wasn't really a level playing field. Some students had much better communication than others, and that became really evident in their presentations and defence. So we had to really recognise that communication can be a challenge. So we were able to do that, and that helped build confidence and ability in students. So I'm going to open up the floor, and I'll invite Ganeshan to join me as well. If anyone has any questions, we're happy to answer anything which you might want us to go into detail on.
Thank you, Nathan. I hope there isn't any questions. If any participants have any questions, you may write down in the chat box. You may stop sharing your screen, Nathan.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Agarwal, discussing on the learning vocabulary in English as a second language. Ms. Shruti, are you online?
Yes, I'm online. Can you hear me?
Shruti, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I am able to hear you.
Yes.
Are you able to hear me? Okay.
Yes,
so
you're audible.
Yes.
Can you do your presentation?
Yes, I am sharing my screen right now.
Yeah, sure.
Good afternoon, everyone. The topic of my presentation today is learning vocabulary in English as a second language. I am Shruti Agarwal, and I am a PhD scholar at Department of Education, University of Delhi. So let us begin first with a quote. David Wilkins has said, while without grammar, very little can be conveyed. Without vocabulary, nothing can be conveyed. So in this way, he had marked and underscored the importance of vocabulary in learning any language. Now, vocabulary plays a fundamentally important role in learning to read and in comprehending or understanding any text. The strong relationship that exists between vocabulary and general intelligence has been one of the most robust findings in the history of intelligence testing. And as you can see, as far back as 1918, Terman, a researcher, has marked the importance of vocabulary. And another researcher called Davis, he had also said in 1942 that comprehension is comprised of two skills: word knowledge or vocabulary and reasoning. National Reading Panel, which was constituted by National Institute of Child Health and Human Development. It is an American institution. In the year 2000, they have also identified vocabulary as one of the 5 major components of reading. They were trying to identify what all children require to read. So they have identified vocabulary along with phonemic skills, phonetics, comprehension, and multilinguistic skills. They have also recognized vocabulary as an important skill for children to acquire in order to read. In the Indian context, if we talk about of the Indian context, in the year 2006, after the publication of National Curriculum Framework in 2005, they have taken out a position paper to facilitate English language teacher. And there also they have marked the importance of lexical knowledge in acquiring and developing a second language. Now we'll talk about the types of vocabulary. So vocabulary is generally understood as in terms of knowledge of meaning of words, but it is not as simple as that. Vocabulary come in at least 2 forms, as it is written here. First is oral vocabulary, the words that you use while speaking and listening, and print vocabulary, the words that you use to read in the text. Okay, so print vocabulary normally has more words as compared to oral vocabulary. The beginner learners who are in earlier grade, they have a large store of oral vocabulary, but as they progress through the grades, they gain many words because they first time encounter them in the print vocabulary. Now also we can divide the vocabulary in terms of another 2 aspects. One is productive, that is the vocabulary that you use while speaking and writing. So these are generally lesser as compared to receptive vocabulary that you use while listening to someone speak and while reading. So receptive vocabulary is generally lesser as compared to productive vocabulary, because many a time you kind of can identify words and can guess their meaning, but you don't necessarily have the full command of them in order to able to use them productively. Now, what it means to know a word, as I have told you, people often times think that vocabulary is quite simple. Vocabulary means word meaning, and it's as simple as that. But it is difficult and it is quite complex. Stoll has stated in 2005, the knowledge of a word not only implies a definition, but it also implies how that word fits into the world. So the word, the decontextualized word, isolated from its contextual meaning, will not give you much information. So you need the context as well as the word in order to understand its meaning. So as a word is encountered, learning vocabulary is not an all or nothing proposition. As the word is encountered repeatedly over time, information about the word grows in a reader or a listener, and it moves up towards the continuum towards known. So various researchers have proposed various forms of word knowledge. So Dale is a very important vocabulary researcher, and he had proposed 4 levels of word knowledge. So the first one is that you have never seen the word before. Okay, you have never seen it, so you cannot identify it. Second level is that you have heard the word, but you don't know what it means. Third is that you can recognize it in the context of the sentence or the paragraph, but you don't have the enough capability to produce its dictionary definition. And fourth is that you know it, and if prompted, you can produce a dictionary definition of the word. So Paribhakt and Vesh and other researchers, they have added in 1999 a 5th level to this 4 level of word knowledge, and they have added it saying that I can use this word in a sentence also, so I can use it productively also. Another 2 important researchers, Scott and Ngee, they have also identified 5 aspects of this complexity. So the first is incrementality. That is the same as Dale, that you have never seen the word before. You have seen it but don't know the meaning. You can understand it and you can produce a sentence in it. Second is multidimensionality. That means that words have various dimension to it. One is form, that how a word looks. Another is its root and affixes, whether you understand the meaning of only root word, or you can identify the affixes, prefixes and suffixes also, and can produce the meaning of those words in the word family. Another thing is spelling. So words have various multiple dimension. Third, they have stated that words have polysemy. What is polysemy? Polysemy means words often have multiple meanings. For example, if we take a word bank, so you can say bank of a river, and you can also see bank as an institution where people transact in money. And you can also use it as a phrase as earning bank, making money. Okay, making bank, sorry, earning money. Fourth one, they have stated as interrelatedness, that words don't have isolated, decontextualized meaning. Words have meaning based on their position in the sentence and the paragraph. Fifth is heterogeneity, that words are not, all words are not similar. They are heterogeneous. Different words have different level of meaning. If we take an article such as a and the, they will have a definite fixed meaning. But if we take a function, content word such as a noun, especially a technical word, such as if we take force as an example. So force in the context of physics, in context of science, will have a very specific meaning, which its general meaning would not, fully relate to you. So you would have to be able to know that scientific, that technical meaning also, in order to say that you know that word fully. So words are heterogeneous. They are not all the same. Now, it is very important to understand that vocabulary has a very complicated and very important relationship with comprehension. While we read, our main motive is to comprehend the text, and you cannot study anything, you cannot learn anything without comprehending that thing. And for that, you need vocabulary. So Anderson and Freebody, another two researchers, they have produced 3 hypotheses for this strong association that exists between vocabulary and comprehension. So the first hypothesis that they have presented is instrumentalist, and they have said that word meaning enables reading comprehension in a causal way. So what does it mean? It means that for comprehension, you are able to have the words that come in the text. Without knowing the meaning of those words, you won't be able to comprehend that text. So words are very instrumental. Words meaning is very causal in that sense. Second is aptitude hypothesis. It says that a person who has a large vocabulary and who has a strong reading comprehension, it indicates that that person has a verbal aptitude also. That person have a quick mind also. So it presupposes a person having a quick mind, a person having a verbal aptitude in order to have a large vocabulary. So it doesn't have that much of a teaching implication. Third hypothesis that they have presented is knowledge hypothesis. It states that vocabulary and comprehension are reflective of overall knowledge or schema. A person who had traveled the world, who had read widely, who knows about the world very well, that person will have a larger vocabulary as compared to a person who don't read much, who haven't traveled the world much, who don't have much experience. So the knowledge hypothesis again presupposes a sort of a person having a wider world knowledge in order to have a larger vocabulary. Now we'll come to the vocabulary instruction in India. How is vocabulary taught in Indian classroom? So as you can see, in language pedagogy in India in general, vocabulary is typically sidelined. It has not been focused at as much as grammar. So language education here, for the most part, relies heavily on the Haken outdated bottom-up approach. What does it mean? It means that children here in their primary classroom, when they read from the primer, when they study from the primer, they first learn to identify alphabet, then they learn phonics, then blending sounds, and then they move on to words and paragraphs and sentences. So this is called a bottom-up approach, and this has been completely disregarded and sidelined by the researcher nowadays. Now a different teaching methodology is in vogue. It is called emergent literacy, and it has gained prominence in its place. And this view encourages teachers to use whole word learning. What does it mean? That to read children's stories and let them identify the word and the meaning on their own. So this view comprises on focusing on all aspects of language, whether it's syntactic, sentence-based, semantic, vocabulary-based, and graphophonic. They also says to include phonic and phonemic-based education, but along with that, they also heavily emphasize on using word-based whole word approach also. So now when we'll see that vocabulary teaching incorporates a range of approaches, and it requires attention towards a range of topics that we need to keep in mind. So what are these various facets of vocabulary instructional practice? First is, what should be the unit of instruction? So what are you teaching basically? Are you teaching children the individual words and providing them this decontextualized, isolated word meaning? Will it help them much in gaining vocabulary, in learning to read? Second one is, what are the types of instruction that are available for vocabulary teaching? So we'll discuss about this further. I'll move on to the next one. Next is, which words should be taught? So the very vocabulary that the teacher chooses to teach in their classroom, it will to a large extent determine the kind of vocabulary that children will have, because in Indian context, especially in rural areas, in resource poor setting, children don't have as much exposure to English language classroom outside their English classes as we would want. So the very words that the teacher chooses to teach to the children to a large extent determine the range and the extent of vocabulary that these children will have in English language. So it's a very important responsibility, and there has to be a method, there has to be a system with which teacher picks the words to teach to the children to maximize the potential of vocabulary teaching. Now, next question that we have to keep in mind is, what are the resources that are being used by the teachers for vocabulary teaching, and what are the resources that the children are using for vocabulary learning? So these resources can range from simply using dictionary, but again, it is very complex matter whether you are using English only dictionary or you are using bilingual dictionary. What is your purpose and what is your thoughts on using either one of those? Whether you are using flashcards, word wall, crossword, and any language games that you are using for vocabulary teaching, or you are simply dictating the meaning of those words to children and asking them to note them in their notebooks. So what are resources are being used in the classroom? It is another important topic that needs to be delved into. And last one, which is another important thing, what are the assessment practices that the teacher are using for testing vocabulary? Generally in Indian classroom, examination is the sole focus of teacher. They are intent on completing the syllabus and focusing only on the question and answer which will come in the examination. So they are only focusing on the curricular aspect. They are not as much interested into creating interest in children to read independently, to become independent readers and to gain vocabulary. So it is another important thing that how they are testing and how they are assessing the vocabulary gain of the students. Now, as I've told you, there are two types of basically vocabulary instruction. First is incidental vocabulary acquisition. It means that children are reading the text on their own and they are gaining the word meaning without expecting this word meaning to be tested by the teacher. So the learning vocabulary thing here is incidental to reading. Okay, so Ngee and Anderson has suggested that most L1 vocabulary acquisition, that is first language, whatever children learn in their first language, in their mother tongue, whatever the word that they learn, it can be traced back to the incidental exposure that they have received through the reading of text in and out of school. Even small children have a vast vocabulary in their mother tongue because they hear many words in their home environment, because of which they pick up these words. And direct or intentional vocabulary instruction is another type of vocabulary instruction. It refers to describe a situation in which word meaning information is intentionally made available to the readers. So here the teacher chooses and they pick some words to teach to the children in order to assess those words or in order to imply that these words are important. And Pimler, another researcher, has suggested that at least 80% of the words that children acquired by the 6th grade, the younger children, they are learned through direct instruction. So direct instruction is a very important thing that teacher needs to focus on. The choice of words and the manner in which these words are being brought to the children is very important. Now, importance of vocabulary learning in learning a second language. Why is vocabulary being emphasized on? Because vocabulary knowledge is often viewed as a critical tool for second language learners, because a limited vocabulary will impede successful communication. Learning a language, being able to communicate, is the main motive behind learning a language. So in order to do that, you need to know the words that this language have. So learning vocabulary is very important. Most L1 reader, as I have told you, they learn to read after they have been learning their L1 orally for 4 to 5 years. Younger children, when they are in their home environment, when they are learning their first language, they have already heard 4 to 5,000 words already. And as you can see, an estimate says that 6-year-old already have a vocabulary knowledge of 5 to 7,000 words in their L1. So these linguistic resources, they provide a tremendous boost for young L1 readers when they are beginning to learn to read, because whatever word they have heard orally, now they are being exposed to those words in print. So they are already familiar with, already have heard those words. So it is easy for them to connect with and learn those words. It does not take much reflection to recognize how different the situation is from most L2 contexts. And when we talk about an L2, a second language like English, children are not much exposed to the English language in their home environment. Thus, whatever words they are hearing for the first time in their classroom. So in order to learn those words, teacher needs to put special attention to, they have to bring the theoretical researches that they have been come with, the strategies that the researchers have come up with in order to make children learn those words. Unlike the L1 students' initial linguistic resource base, as I have told you, the learners already have 5 to 7,000 words in their vocabulary in L1. Many L2 readers begin to read simple sentences and passages almost at the same time that they learn the language orally. So the oral and print exposure to the L2 or the second language is being done simultaneously for learning a second language. So it is argued that most vocabulary knowledge comes from extensive reading. Now, as I have told you, that for L1 or for L2 or for any language learning, it is said that read is to gain vocabulary. But L2 beginner reader face a dilemma, as they do not know enough word to learn vocabulary through extensive reading, as they do not have enough word in their repertoire to read with comprehension. So in order to read text, it is estimated that in order to read a text with 95% comprehension, you have to have a store of at least 3,000 words in English in order to read a text with 95% comprehension. Therefore, explicit vocabulary teaching with an emphasis on teaching strategies for improving vocabulary learning can be a viable method, along with exposure to rich content containing language that is authentic, enjoyable, and interesting to L2 learners. So in order to teach vocabulary to second language learner, in order to teach English to second language learner, it is important to also expose them to rich, authentic, and to provide them an immersive experience in order for them to able to pick up words, in order for them to read independently. Now, there are certain debates that are quite in vogue in vocabulary learning in L2. So the first debate, it surrounds around the question whether sufficient vocabulary can be acquired through wide reading, or whether teacher or instructor facilitation is required. And another thing that is very important for researcher, they are also researching on this area, and they have been researching since the last 20-30 years, whether native language strategy transfer to second language learning or it interfere with the learning. Okay, so there is quite a large debate about using L1 in the L2 classroom, in the second language classroom, whether using the mother tongue, whether using Hindi or Telugu or any other second language in an English classroom is good or not. It is another raging debate. And finally, another problem that exists in vocabulary instruction, it centers around the debate around the choice of the words that the teacher used to teach vocabulary for direct instruction, and the assessment. How are they assessing the vocabulary gain of the children? So in conclusion, we can say that given the complexity of word knowledge, as we have seen that knowing the word meaning is not enough, word knowledge is quite complex. The isolated, decontextualized nature of teaching and assessment of vocabulary in the present L2 classroom, it needs to be revisited. These are my references. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Shruti. Yes, thank you for your amazing presentation. So if any participants have any questions related to Shruti's presentation, kindly write down to us. And with this, you may stop sharing your screen, Shruti, and we'll move on to our next presenter. Yes, so I welcome our next presenter, Ms. Neha Yadav, who will be discussing on exploring what secondary class students think of science, particularly their school science. So I hope Ms. Neha has joined us here. Hello,
Yes,
Neha, am I audible to you?
yes, you are.
Yes. So you may begin your presentation.
Yes, I'm sharing my screen right now.
Yeah, sure.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's clear and visible. You may begin.
The topic of my presentation is exploring what secondary class students think of science, particularly their school science. So, as we all know, science is said to be a very dynamic sort of a subject where it is having a knowledge which is constantly expanding. So everywhere there is the knowledge is like newly discovering, and daily new things are being added. So when we talk of school science, there is a lot of issues whether students actually understand what science entails, what science actually means. So the rationale of doing the study was that in India, specifically, there are many disciplines in science where the number of students who are opting for research or for higher studies is sharply declining. Students are losing interest in major disciplines like physics and chemistry. Also, apart from the career point of view, many documents have also stated that for the greater good of the students, they should be having some interest in science. They should have a positive perception of science. And Kardash and Wallace found out that one of the problem with this is that the perception of science to students is that they find it least interesting, or they don't find it that they are competent enough to do science. So this study was conducted to understand the perception of secondary class students, what they think of science in general, and also what they think of their school science. So the research questions were: how is science different from other fields? What characters do students associate with doing science? Do students know any women scientists? Why do students think they can or cannot be scientists themselves? What topics do they enjoy and what topics they dislike? Do they apply what they study in their school science? Why or why not students want to take up science in class 11? To conduct this study, a total of 70 students were taken. These students belong to classes 9th and 10th because they are older enough to answer the questions related to science. Two schools were chosen, two types of government schools were chosen. One was Kendriya Vidyalaya and another was Sarvodaya Vidyalaya. Both schools were located in New Delhi. And this is the percentage of students who participated. This is the gender-wise distribution of the students, 70 students who participated, and this is the school-wise distribution. And the procedure was that they were given a structured open-ended questionnaire to fill, wherein they had to write whatever they feel about the said questions. And from that questionnaire, all the data that was collected was analyzed and various themes emerged. Some of them are discussed in the next slides. The first theme was like science versus other fields. The first question that students were asked was that what they think about science, what they think when they hear this word science, and how is it different from other subjects like social sciences or English or Hindi when they hear this word. So there were varied responses. Their responses were clubbed into 4 categories. Some students were of the view they described science as a body of knowledge. They were of the view that science is a vast knowledge. It means something which is having a lot of new information, something which has a lot of new things to discover. It consists of a lot of ideas. Some were of the view that science is a subject which has practical implications. When we compare it to other subjects, it is a subject which has a lot of practical applications. So these two were the categories where students take science on a whole or a broader perspective. There were some students who, instead of having this broader perspective, focused on their school science, and they tried to compare their science with other subjects by terming it as difficult or interesting. So some were of the view that science is different because it is interesting than other subjects, while some of the view that it is difficult. That is how it is different from their other subjects. So this is some quotes that students gave regarding this, through which the category was made. So science is a body of knowledge. So there were different quotes that have been given here, what students had said. So like for science is a body of knowledge, so students said that it is a good subject for knowledge. It is a subject where we do new things, we know about new things. Practical applications, students said that it is based on real life, human activity inside the body. And for interesting and difficult, they were of the different views. Another question focused on what characters do they associate with doing science? What characters do they need to possess if they want to be good in science? So this was categorized into 2 categories. The first were the personality traits that students quoted, or they said that students have to be intelligent, they have to be smart, they need to be very confident, they should have a very sharp mind. And some were of the view that they need to work hard, they need to memorize, they need to have good memory, they should be able to connect the data. So there were 2 sides of the coin here. Some were of the view that you need to possess the characters which you should be already having in yourself if you want to be good in science, while some were of the view that you may not be possessing those qualities, but behaviorally, that is, you can work hard, you can do something about it, and if you do these things. Like if you work hard, you show perseverance, then you can be good in science. When asked about women scientists known to students, there were few women scientists which were quoted by the students. The maximum students, like 30%, as seen in the figure, uh, gave the name of Madame Curie, the female scientist, while some were of the view that Kalpana Chawla, and they gave her name. Some gave the name of Rosalind Franklin, and Janki Amal. Many students cited this name, and one of the reason when probed further was that in one of the schools, that in Kendriya Vidyalaya, they had given an Olympiad where they have this, they got this scientist that was based on this scientist and her contributions to the field of science. So all the students who had participated in that Olympiad, they were very well aware of the contributions of this female scientist. So it was obviously a very good move, wherein they were each year they changed the scientist name and they give the contribution so that students can know about these various scientists every year. Students' perception regarding whether they can become a scientist or not. So the students who said that they can be scientists gave reasons like they are researchers, they are very good in science, they have a creative bent of mind, so they can be scientists. So these are some exemplary quotes which students gave when they thought that they can become scientists. On the contrary, these are some quotes which were given, were cited by the students who thought that they can never become a scientist. And the reasons have there were a lot of reasons, like they're not interested, they don't understand science, but there were also some career related aspirations where they thought that if they have some alternate career to go for, suppose many students said that they want to be a teacher or they want to join army, that is the reason they don't want to study. So they thought that to study science they need to have an affiliation for the career as well. So all those students who don't see their career which necessarily needs science, they want they don't want to take up science if the career does not demand science to be studied in class 11th. Next was topics in school science which students like or they dislike. So there were many topics. Some gave name of the chapters, some gave name of the topics that they hate or they like, which were clubbed into a lot of these categories. So basically in physics they were the things related to space, they were related to like technical parts. In chemistry as well, the reactions and the things like experiments, matters, all these things were there. Similarly, in biology, many students gave the examples which were related to their human body part. So they liked all those things which pertains to their body directly. So they like studying those subjects or those things which they can relate to, whether they can relate it to their body or to their immediate environment. And they hate topics which are technical, which are not applicable. Like physics, in they say that their numericals, the technical concept, the formulas, many students said that they hate it and they think that it is unnecessary and it should be deleted from the syllabus because they find it very absurd and not related to their uh, daily life. So when asked about their application of school science in their daily lives, many students gave a lot of examples, and they were very simple examples which they do in their daily life or which they see around where they think that science is applicable. So many, almost all students believed that yes, it is very much evident in their daily lives, like when they even a simple process like boiling of water or forming of curd, that is all due to science. And many also believe that they are able to get an understanding of like repair work of electric repair works or gardening or their daily life. They are doing a lot of things which have been possible due to science. When asked about their opinion of taking up science in class 11, students who disregarded this opinion, they were of the view that science is difficult. So they were of the view that science is very hard. They cannot take up science in class 11th because they don't understand science. Some of the view that they don't have any interest. They don't want science because they don't think that they are interested. And the most important reason was that they linked it to their future career aspirations. Those who wanted to take up science were the ones who wanted a career in science, who wanted to be a doctor or an engineer, and those who did not want to be uh, a doctor or engineer, like somebody wanted to be army personnel or they wanted to be a cricketer. So they thought that taking up science is of no use to them and it is better to take up some other field. Concluding my presentation, this questionnaire helped me to yield some important results of students' perception. It found that students find science very difficult and as a subject which require a lot of perseverance, intelligence, innovation, hard work, and only those students can succeed who possess these qualities or are willing to work to achieve that quality. Otherwise, it gets difficult for them. Also, students have lot of misconceptions also about science, like they think that if they don't want to if they want to be an army personnel, they don't need science, they don't need to study science, which is again a misconception, because science is very much relevant in the entrances of that exam also. So students associate science careers only with doctor and engineers, and only then they think that it is relevant. So the study helps to understand student perception so that teachers can also have and understand this issue, what students think of science, so that necessary myths can be dispelled about science, so that the participation is enhanced in science field, or students take up more interest in science when their conceptions or misconceptions are cleared. These were my references. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neha, for the amazing presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. I may stop sharing.
Yeah, sure. Yes, now we'll move on to our next presenter, that is Pariksha Jain, who will be discussing on the generation of test cases using sub-activity in activity diagram. I hope Ms. Pariksha has joined us here.
Ma'am? Yes, ma'am, I can join.
Okay, so can you please begin your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, screen is visible?
Yes, it's clear and visible.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon of all of you. Today, I can present my work on the test case generation using activity diagram having sub-activity.
Sorry to interrupt, Pariksha.
Yes,
Can you be
ma'am.
a bit more audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Now here?
Yes. Now it's clear. Thank you.
Okay, okay. As we know that the software testing is is an important phase in the software development life cycle that can detect the fault present in the software and also evaluate the features of the software. Here we have two types of the testing. The first one is manual based testing and second one is automation testing. The manual based testing basically a classical method in which the humans performs the test step by step without test script. It means that the test cases are generated manually. So it have some disadvantage, like it is much labor intensive, not suitable for large project, and time consuming job. To overcome these disadvantage, we have a automation based testing in which the testing in which the testers writing the test scripts that automate the test executions, like it can use automation tools so that it can generate the test cases. Now, the next one is some basic definition that can be used in the work. Like first one is the test case. Test case is a rules under which a test manager check whether a software is working as per the customer requirements or not. For this, we can generate the test cases that can be in test case generations. There are multiple techniques available for generating the test cases, in which the one of them is the sketch diagram based approach. In sketch diagram based approach, we can use a UML, means unified modeling language diagrams, to generate the test cases. And as we know that the UML is not a programming language, but is a visual analyzing language that can analyze the components of the software. In this, we can consider a activity diagram for generating the test cases. Next one is, this is our implementation approach that can be divided into the 6 steps. The first step is to construct the activity diagram using enterprise architect tool. After constructing, export it into the XML format that can be a given option in the enterprise architect tool. Next one is, after exporting, the XML parser is applied so that we can generate the activity flow table and activity flow graph. After generating this graph, DFS algorithm is applied on the activity flow graph so that the test cases are generated of the activity diagram. For coding, we can use a Eclipse tool. Before we can going through one by one these steps, we can consider a case study named as ordering system. In ordering system, that can be used to update the order and its credit card. Here we can see the in step 1, we can see the activity diagram of the ordering system, in which we have a start node sub activity. Here we can see that staff contact client is a activity, and in this activity we have some sub activity like phone client, update credit card, update mail order. These are the sub activity that can be present in staff contact client activity. Here we can also see that there is a diamond box that can be called as a decision node that can take a decisions like the stock is available or not. If the stock is available, then it can go like this, and if the stock is not available, then it can go through this way. After the decision node, we have a fork node that can divide the one activity into the 2 activity. Next one is the join activity that can join the 2 activity into the 1. So this is our activity diagram of the ordering system that can be constructed in the enterprise architect tool. Now, next one is the coverage criteria that can be considered in this work is the coverage criteria is the conditions that can be satisfied by the test cases. So the coverage criteria that can be considered as all path criteria, in which each path can be executed at least one. And second one is the condition criteria, in which the each conditions can be executed in the generated test cases. So these 2 are the coverage criteria. The next one is the faults that can be detected in the activity diagram of the ordering systems. Is the first one is the fault in decisions. For example, in a in a decision node, it can cancel the order if the stock must be available, whereas it process the credit card if the stock is not available. So there is a fault in decision node. Second one is the incorrect response to an activity in which the check stock activity can display the stock that is not available in the stock. So this is our incorrect response to an activity. Third one is the incorrect response of the control flow. In this, the cancel order activity cannot cancel the order unless it can order the item. So there is a fault in this. So these are the fault. As in step first, we can only construct the activity diagram using enterprise architect. The next step is the export the activity diagram into the XML file. So the XML file that can be look like that. So this is our XML file that can be generated from the activity diagram of the ordering system. After exporting, the XML parser is applied so that the detailed information of the activity diagram are extracted. So the informations that can be extracted, like nodes present in the sub activity, decision node, frog node, and join node. So these information are extracted from the XML file that can be exported earlier. After collecting this information, the XML parser is applied so that the activity flow table and activity flow graph is constructed that can be looked in next slide. In this, we can see that this is our activity flow table, which contains two columns. The first one is symbol that can be represented by numeric, and second one is the activity name that can be represent each activity present in the activity diagram. So this is the activity flow table, and this is our activity flow graph. Activity flow graph is a directed graph in which the nodes represents the activity name, and the edges can be represent the transition between the one activity to the another activity. So after generating activity flow graph, the DFS algorithm is applied. So the DFS algorithm is, firstly, we can take our input as activity flow graph, and the output is the set of test path. The first one is start, second is repeat the step 3 until current node not equal to the end node, and third step is traverse the activity flow graph using DFS algorithm. Firstly, we can initialize all the node to the ready states. After pushing the starting node into the stack, the sorry, the status of that node is changes to the waiting step. Now repeat step 4 and 5 until the stack is empty. Now next one is the pop the top node n of the stack process n and change the status of n to the process state. Push on to the stack all the neighbors of n that are in ready state and change their status to the waiting step. Exit. Now how we can perform this algorithm, that can be seen in the next slide. Here we can generate the test case of test case 1. We can take a simple path from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here the current node is 1 and end node is 5. So the nodes that are in ready state is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. First we can push 1. So node 1 goes to the waiting state and its neighbor is, here we can see that the neighbor of 1 is 2. So pop 1 and print it. So node 2 push into the stack and 2 goes to the waiting state. Like that we can push all the nodes that can be in neighbors that are the neighbors of that node push into the stack. So after, as node 5 is the end node, so we can stop here and print the path. So the path is 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4 and 4 to 5. This is our test case 1. So the after applying the algorithm in whole graph, the generated test cases are: the first test case one is to first the phone to the client, so the client can update its credit card and also order through mail. Now in test case 2, the staff check the mail order, accept the order, and after accepting, it can check that the order stock is available or not. If the stock is not available, that it can cancel the order. In test case 3, it can check the mail order, accept the order, check the stock availability, and as the stock is available, so it can deliver the goods. In test case 4, it can check the mail order, accept the order, as the goods is delivered, so it can process its credit card. This is whole our generated test cases that can be generated. Now the fault, how the fault can be detected, as in first fault is fault in decisions. So first, as checking of stock, we have a two item 1 and item 2. So the first we can check the stock of item 1, it is available, or in actual it is available, so it can pass. For checking stock of item 2, the accepted result is not available, but it can be the item 2 is available in the stock, so here we have a fault. So this is our fault in decision. Next fault is incorrect response of an activity. As we have a activity like check stock, we have a item 3 items, like item 1 that is available, item 2 that is available, item 3 that is not available. So this is our accepted result, and but actual result is that all 3 items are available. So it in last item 3 it is fail, so it have generated a fault. Next one is the incorrect response of the control flow. In this, if the stock is not available, then it can cancel the order, unless it can cancel the it unless it the item is ordered, and it can process the credit card, unless it can cancel the order. So the accepted result is item is ordered and process credit card, but actual result is cancel the order, so we have generated a fault. Like that we have detect the faults present in the activity diagrams. So finally, we can conclude that the test cases are generated using activity diagram having sub-activity by achieving the all path and condition coverage criteria, and also detected the faults like incorrect response of an incorrect response to an activity, inappropriate control flows, and fault in decisions. So these are the faults that can be detected. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Pariksha, for the presentation.
Thank you,
So
ma'am.
you may stop sharing the screen. Participants, if you have any questions related to the presentations, you may write down in the chat box, and the presenters can make sure they answer to it. As we are running short of time, it will be difficult for us to have a Q&A. So we will have discussion in the chat box. So with this, we will move on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome PVV Raghava Sharma, who will be discussing on the direct self-control SVPWM using imaginary reference phase voltages for ISG controller. I hope the presenter is online and available with us.
Yes, madam.
Yes, sir. You may share your screen and begin the presentation, sir.
Okay, madam.
Yeah, thank you.
Is my screen is visible, madam?
Not yet, sir. Yes, it's clear, sir. You may begin.
Okay, madam. So good afternoon, everyone. So My topic is direct self-control, SVPWM using imaginary reference phase voltages for ISG controller. And my co-authors are Mr. Y. Lakshmi Narasimha Rao and Mr. V.V. Satyanarayana Akula garu. So, just give me 1 minute. So, next. So the abstract of this paper is, this paper describes about direct self-control of space vector pulse width modulated for integrated starter generator controller. So direct self-control, direct torque control of induction machine. So it gained a prominence among of existing field prominence or oriented controller. So direct self-control technique, moving high torque ripples. So ripples can be overcome using by direct self-control SVPDM technique. So the aim of this paper is to reduce the total harmonic distortion in the output voltage. So the system is based on the induction machine. Induction machine is directly mounted on the engine crankshaft. So by directly mounting the engine crankshaft, so we avoid starter during the initial operation. So while starting the motor, we require a starter. So, but we can avoid the starter using the directly mounting this induction motor on the engine crank. So DSC with SVPDM helps during the operation of motoring and generating modes. So there are two modes of operation. One is motor operation and other one is generating operation. So the two operations are only one at a time we can perform. So direct self-control and SVPDM technique eliminates two machines used for IC engine. So by using this direct self-control method, so it eliminates the use of two machines for the IC engine. So the two machines required, one machine is required for starting and the other machine is required for charging the battery. So two machines are required. One is for starting the machine and the other one is for charging the battery. So our proposed technique eliminates the use of two machines. So the above two machines can be replaced by only one single induction machine with DSC SVPDM motor. So we use only one machine for charging and starting the motor. So above technique is simulated in the MATLAB and Simulink model. So introduction. So internal combustion engines are shortly called IC engines are utilized in regular daily existence and can be found in vehicles, trucks, bikes, etc., railroad trains, etc. So IC engines we use in vehicles, trucks, or trains, etc. So fixed force frameworks, all things considered. So the flow design of the electric force framework in a vehicle contains 14 voltage bus bar or 12 volt battery utilized to power 14 volt loads. So there are 14 voltage bus system has been used since in the mid of 1945. So vehicles before this time utilized a 6 volt framework battery. The enhanced power requirement cannot be met with the present 14 volt system. So the main reason is that the current to be handled by the motor conductor will be exceed the safe value around the 200 amperes. 42 volts that is with 36 volts battery has been internally agreed upon the safe power voltage for future automobiles. So by using a 42 voltage bus system, a maximum power of 9 kilowatts can be safely handled without exceeding the limit of 200 amperes. One possible electrical architecture for the 42 voltage bus system is shown here. So this is a diagram of 42 voltage bus bar for the system. So this is starter generator. So this is AC-DC system, and 36 voltage battery is given here, and this is given to the load. So here it will provide the 42 voltage to the load. So energy recovery at braking. So braking operation, during the braking operation, energy recovery, we can recover the energy by providing the ability to convert the kinetic energy into storable electrical energy. So to apply brakes, we require a kinetic energy. So this kinetic energy we want to convert into electrical energy, and this electrical energy we have to store. So this is called energy recovery. So this provides extra brake capacity to the vehicles. So whenever we are braking the vehicle, so we have to apply kinetic energy. So we are converting into electrical energy. So to achieve this, two kinds of 42 voltage alternators are presently being created. One is belt-driven starter generator that fundamentally replaces the present-day 14 voltage alternator. Its yields commonly under 5 kilowatts. The other is driving rod mounted starter generator, that is ISG, whose yield is by large in the 5 to 12 kilovolts range. So we can achieve in two ways. First way is belt driven starter generator, and second way is integrated starter generator. So ISG, integrated starter generator, this is the block diagram during the starting operation. So this is the ISG controller. So this is power flow from battery. Power is given to the power converter. The power will be converted and it is given to the starter generator. And from the starter generator, power is given to the IC engine. So here, this solid line will give the power flow, and the dotted line will give the signal flow. So from the IC engine, the signal is given to the engine monitoring, and from the engine monitoring, it is going to the ISG controller, and from again starter generator, signal is going to the ISG controller, and from there, it is going to the power converter. Similarly, from battery, signal is going to the ISG controller. So similarly, ISG integrated during the charging period. So this is the block diagram. So here we can see here the power flow from the converter to battery. So power converter is giving energy to the battery here. Starter generator is also giving energy to the power converter. So reverse operation, IC engine is giving energy to the starter generator. From starter generator, it is going to the power converter, and again it is stored in the battery. Okay, this is during the charging operation. So there are 4 modes of operation. Mode 1 is called machine activating mode. Mode 2 is called operating power making mode. Mode 3 is called braking power generation mode. Mode 4 is called power increasing mode. So these are the different techniques. First one is AC machine control. There are 2 techniques, scalar control techniques. So vector control techniques, there are 2 techniques. One is called scalar control techniques, and other one is vector control techniques. So in vector control techniques, again we have 2 types. One is direct vector control technique. In this one, the block diagram of matrix converter fed direct vector manipulated methods for inductor motor is shown in the figure. For the operation of the induction motor in steady torque vicinity calls, for the flux command to be maintained at its rated expense. The operation in consistent energy place is known as discipline weakening mode, wherein flux commands is decreased. Desired quickness and real quickness measured from the motor are in comparison in the speed loop generate IQS. The preferred flux and actual flux predicted from voltage variation based totally flux vector estimator and compared in the modern loop to generate IDS. So this is the block diagram for direct vector control technique. So here we have two axes, DQ to DQ axis, two phase to three phase. So this is voltage VFI, and this is the motor. So this is the flux command and speed command. Two commands are used. One is flux and other one is field. So this is the torque component of the stator current. And this is the DQ and DE phases showing the correct rotor flux orientation. This is the flux orientation of the motor. And the proposed method, direct flux and torque control with DTS SVM. This is the block diagram of the SVM controlled direct flux control. So the block diagram of matrix converter fed vector manipulates the induction motor is shown in the figure. So proposed technique is called sinusoidal pulse width modulation and can create the SVPDM flags straightforwardly from the quick reference state voltages in the sinusoidal PWM consquare for two-level inverter. Each reference stage voltage is looked at with the three-sided transporter, and the individual post voltages are produced autonomous of one another. The acquire the most extreme conceivable pinnacle sufficiency. The crucial stage voltage in indirect regulation at a typical mode voltage V offset is added to the reference phase voltages, where the magnitude is given by V offset is minus of Vmax plus Vmin by 2. So this is the samples of VAN, VBN and VCN. And this is the difference between conventional SVPDM technique and SVPDM based on equivalence with SVPDM technique. So conventional SVPDM generates gating drive signals using switching rules, whereas SVPDM based technique, the gating drive signals are generated directly from the instantaneous samples and on the reference phase amplitudes. So it conventionally uses lookup tables for switching time calculation. SVPDM do not use any lookup tables for switching time calculations. So this is a block diagram of representation of DTC SVM for sample reference phase voltages. Okay, this is DTC SVM technique. This is the integrated starter generator. This is a speed sensor. This is charging resistance. 36 volts battery bank. So results and conclusions are obtained using MATLAB and Simulink. So this is the plots, charging region and generating mode. So this is the charging region and this is the generating mode of the proposed technique. And this is the phase voltages, VAN, VBN, VCN for the three phases. This is VA0, VB0, VC0. And these are line voltages well simulated. And these are the references. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raghava Sharma. So with this, we'll move on to our next presenter. Yes, next I welcome Vishnu Priya.
Yes, I'm here. I will share my screen.
Sure, sure.
Okay. Hello everyone in the session. My name is Vishnu Priya. I am a PhD scholar from Multimedia University, Malaysia. My project title is Hello. Hello.
Yes, Vishnu Priya, you're audible.
Yeah. Thank you. My title is DCVS Design and Analysis of the LFSR using Feedback Polynomial Function for its low power and reduced area overhead. These are the contents included in my slides. Synopsis. Uh, Generally, LFSR is a linear feedback shift register used to generate the random test patterns, that is pseudo random test patterns, false random test patterns for the best architectures. The objective of this paper is to design a new LFSR. The LFSR is designed using the TTL logic, that is transistor to transistor logic, using the method of DCVS technique. DCVS is the differential cascade voltage switch logic. In this, two strategies are there. One is static as well as another one is dynamic design. The static as well as dynamic DCVS designs are used to design the LFSR because it used a fewer number of transistors. It occupies a lesser area and power dissipation is very less, and it is a high speed design. So the simulation results of this work is done using TSMC 130 nanometer IC design tool in Mentor Graphics platform. Introduction. In the VLSI industry, it is necessary to reduce power dissipation in the circuits. Generally, the power dissipation is of two types. First one is static power dissipation and another one is dynamic power dissipation. The first static power dissipation occurs due to the leakage current in the transistors, and the dynamic power dissipation is due to the short circuit power consumption. The DCVS logic is used to eliminate the dynamic faults, as well as it operates the transistors in the subthreshold region, and it has the merits of transistor sharing, low noise, as well as less power dissipation. This is the existing methodology for the LFSR. This is the 4-bit LFSR. In this, D flip-flops are used as a shift register used to shift the bit-by-bit patterns, and it is operated in the Galois field, and it used the Galois adder as a XOR gate and Galois multiplier as a AND gate, and the final output Y is the pseudo-random output pattern which is generated by the LFSR. So the drawbacks of this existing method is it is in an inefficient method to generate the multiple valued logic, and it can be easily predictable in terms of using XOR and AND gates, and it is not suitable for encryption and decryption algorithm, because in that algorithms it should be hardly predictable random patterns. And this is my proposed methodology. Proposed 4-bit LFSR is shown here. In this, the Galois multiplier design is modified into a specific design using the multiplication multiplier techniques, in which the two input message bits alpha I and alpha M can be used as a message bits, and AI, XI are the select inputs of the mux signals are calculated mathematically, and Zi denotes the output of the Galois multiplier, in which Z0, Z1, Z2, Z3 as well as Y0, Y1, Y2, Y3 can be used as an pseudo random test pattern generation. And the advantages of this method is to generate maximum length pseudo random test patterns, as well as it can use multiple input bits as an input, as well as it is hardly predictable in terms of random patterns. This is the simulation results done in the Mentor Graphics platform. And the first diagram is the static DCVS design, static logic, as well as the second is the dynamic logic. The difference between the two circuit is the clock input. The clock input is used in the dynamic logic to evaluate as well as pre-charging the transistors. And the circuit consists of the two PMOS transistors as their pull-up network, as well, and this tree of transistors, NMOS transistors, used as a pull-down network. And this is the transient analysis of the proposed static as well as dynamic DCVS design, in which the DCVS design comprised of complementary inputs, which is shown in the last two sections. And this is the Monte Carlo analysis of the proposed design, static as well as dynamic. The Monte Carlo analysis is run for the 100 iterations, and it is clearly shown that it can be uniformly distributed for the larger number of test patterns. And this is the graphical plots for voltage versus power consumption of static and dynamic circuits. In this the static and dynamic occupied consume less power as well as current compared with the existing methodology of Daniel et al. CMOS LFSR. And this is the layout extraction which can be used in an IC design for static, and then B is diagram is for dynamic logic. And the conclusion, in the both the designs, static DCVS and dynamic DCVS designs, dynamic DCVS yields little more power consumption and delay compared with static DCVS because of its clock input. The clock input is generated by using the additional number of transistors, and overall compared with the conventional CMOS design, this is the proposed design achieved the good performance in terms of low power, area and delay. Finally, it achieved the power consumption of 5.61 microwatt in static LFSR and 11.67 in dynamic LFSR at the voltage of 1.2 volt. So finally, this design of LFSR can be applied in the BIST architecture as an extended work, as well as it can be used in encoding and decoding algorithms. These are some of the references. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Vishnupriya, for your amazing presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
So with this, we'll move on to our next presenter, Ms. Reena Takshak, who will be discussing on the common fixed point theorems for the mappings satisfying the property EA in geometric spaces. I hope Ms. Gina has joined here.
Yes, I am joining.
Yes.
I am sharing the screen.
Sure, sure. Yes, please.
My today's topic is common fixed point theorem for the mapping. And my screen is visible.
If you don't mind, can you put it on full screen?
Okay, I am trying.
Sure.
Is it visible?
Yes, but it will be better if you can put it on full screen.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
My name is Reena. I am
Thank
research scholar,
you, Manish.
Department of Mathematics, StarX University, Gurugram. Today's my topic is common fixed point theorem for the mapping satisfying the property EA in geometric space. Today's agenda is abstract, keywords, introduction, brief history of geometric space, characteristic of geometric space, definitions, main theorems, conclusion, and references. Abstract is here. In this paper, fixed point theorems are established for two mappings. To prove the theorems, it is assumed that the mappings are satisfying the property EA in geometric space. Keywords are common fixed point, weakly compatible mappings, generalized metric space. Introduction. Metric fixed point theory is an important mathematical discipline because of its application in areas such as variation and linear inequalities. The fixed point theorem in metric space are playing a major role to construct methods in mathematics to solve problems in applied mathematics and science. Brief history of geometric space. For a few decades, the metric fixed point theory has become an important field of research in both pure and applied science. It has become one of the most essential tools in nonlinear functional analysis, optimization, mathematical model, and economy. Mustafa and Sims introduced the concept of geometric space in the year 2004 as a generalization of the metric spaces. Characteristic of geometric space. In this type of space, a non-negative real number is assigned to every triplet of element. Banach contraction principle was also established and a fixed point result has been proved. After that, several fixed point results relevant to metric space are being extended to geometric space. Also, we can note that fixed point results in geometric space have been applied to proving the existence of solution for a class of integral equation. Now some basic definitions are given. First definition, definition of geometric space. In 2004, Mustafa and Sims introduced the concept of geometric space as follows. Let X be a non-empty set and let G from X cross X cross X tends to R plus be a function satisfying the following inequalities. First, distance of xyz equal to 0 if x equal to y equal to z. Second, 0 is less than distance of x and y for all xy in x with x is not equal to y. Third, distance of x and y is less than equal to distance of xyz for all xyz in x with z is not equal to y. Fourth, distance of xzy equal to distance of xyz equal to distance of yzx equal to up to so on. Symmetry in all three variables. And fifth one is that distance of xyz is less than equal to distance of xaa plus distance of ayz for all xyz a in x. Rectangular inequalities. Then function z is called a generalized metric or more specifically a z metric on x and the pair xg is called a z metric space. Definition. Let xg be a z metric space and xn be a sequence of points in x. We can say that x is a z convergent to x if limit n tends to infinity, distance of x, xn, xm equal to 0. This implies xn tends to x, or we can say limit n tends to infinity, xn equal to x. Proposition. First, let xg be a z metric space, then the followings are equivalent. Xn is z convergent to x, distance of xn, x tends to 0 as n tends to infinity, distance of xn, x tends to 0 as n tends to infinity, and fourth one is that distance of xn and x tends to 0 as n tends to infinity. Next proposition, let xg be a z metric space, then the function g of xyz is jointly continuous in all three variables. Definition. A z-metric space Xg is called a symmetric geometric space if distance of x, y and y equal to distance of y, x for all xy in x. Proposition. A geometric space Xg is called G complete if and only if XDZ is complete metric space. Definition. F and G, two self-mapping on geometric space Xg. The the mapping f and g are said to be compatible if limit n tends to infinity, distance of fgxn, gfxn, gfxn equal to 0 whenever xn is a sequence in x such that limit n tends to infinity, f of xn equal to limit n tends to infinity, g of xn equal to z for some z belongs to x. Definition: two, two mappings f and g are said to be weakly compatible if they commute at coincidence point. Main theorems is here. Statement: let f and g be two weakly compatible self-mapping of a symmetric G-metric space Xg such that f and g satisfy the property Ea. Second, distance of fx, f of y, f of z is less than maximum of this quantity for all xy belongs to x. Third, fx contained in gx. If fx or gx is a complete subspace of x, then the mapping f and g have a unique common fixed point. Proof of the theorem: since f and g satisfy the property Ea, there exists a sequence xn in x satisfying limit n tends to infinity, f of xn equal to limit n tends to infinity, g of xn equal to t for some t belongs to x. Suppose that gx is complete. Then limit n tends to infinity, g of xn equal to ga for some a belongs to a. Also then limit n tends to infinity, f of xn equal to ga. Now we show that fa equal to ga. Suppose this does not happens. Condition 2 of the theorem implies distance of f of xn, fa and fa is less than maximum of this quantity. Letting n tends to infinity, then we get distance of ga, fa and fa less than maximum of this quantity, less than equal to maximum of this quantity, less than equal to fa ga fa divided by 2, a contradiction, and hence fa equal to ga. Since f and g are weakly compatible, so we have fga equal to gfa. Therefore, we have the result ffa equal to fga equal to gfa equal to gga. Now we will show that fa is a common fixed point of the mappings f and g. Suppose that this does not happen, then we have distance of fa, ffa and ffa is less than equal to maximum of this quantity by condition of 2 of the theorem is less than equal to maximum of again this quantity and less than equal to maximum of this equal to distance of fa, ffa and ffa, which is a contradiction. Hence we have ffa equal to fa equal to gfa equal to ffa equal to fa. Hence, fa is a common fixed point of f and g. The proof is similar when gx is assumed to be complete subspace of x. Now we prove the uniqueness of fixed point. Let we suppose f of b is another fixed point which is differ from fa of the mappings f and g. Then we have distance of f of b and fa is greater than 0. Now by putting x equal to b and y equal to a in condition 2 of the theorem, we have distance of fb, fa and fa is less than maximum of this quantity for all a is not equal to b belongs to x. Since fa equal to ga, so we have f of b equal to gb. Then we have distance of f of b, fa is less than maximum of this quantity equal to maximum of this quantity equal to distance of gb, ga and ga, which is a contradiction. Hence fa equal to f of b. So fa is a unique common fixed point of the fixed common fixed point of the mappings f and g. Second theorem, let f and g be two weakly compatible self-mapping of a symmetric geometric space Xg such that f and g are non-compatible. Second, distance of fx, fy, fz is less than maximum of this quantity for all xy belongs to g. Third, fx contained in gx. If fx or gx is a complete subspace of x, then the mappings f and g have a unique common fixed point. Proof of the theorem, Since non-compatibility of F and G implies EA property of the mappings F and G, so F and G satisfies all the conditions of the theorem 2.1. Hence, the proof of the theorem is same as proof of above theorem. Conclusion: we establish the theorem by assuming that the mappings are weakly compatible and satisfying the property EA in G metric space. In these theorems, we relax the condition of compatibility. Here is my references. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present my paper here.
Thank you, Reena, for your presentation. Attendees, apologies for not taking the questions and moving quickly. As we are running short of time, we'll be moving to the next presentations. If you have any questions, please write down in the chat box. And I request the presenters as well to clarify the queries. So our next presenter is Muzaffar Ghani, who will be discussing on the first principle study of chromium passivated graphene-based magnetic tunnel junction. Hello, Muzaffar, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you're audible, Muzaffar. Can you please share?
Okay, I'm going to share my slides. Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, it's visible. I request you to put it on full screen so it will be a little more clear.
Full screen. I think my screen is on full screen.
Fine, no problem. This is fine. This is fine. Okay, we may begin. Thank you.
I am Muzaffar Ghani. I am from the Department of Electronics, University of Kashmir. My topic for presentation is first principle study of chromium passivated graphene-based magnetic tunnel junction. So I am going through why there are my contents. I am going through the introduction, spintronics and its advantages, magnetic tunnel junction, graphene and its properties, computational details that I have used in my present study, what is the proposed device and results discussions, and finally the conclusion. Spintronics and its advantages. Spintronics implies spin degree of freedom in addition to charge and thus adds more effects, new functions, new capabilities, and more control. Spintronic devices consume less power as compared to conventional electronic devices. Memory composed of spintronic devices is non-volatile in nature. Spintronic devices may combine logic and storage functionality, eliminating the need for separate components. Binary spin polarization offers the possibility of applications as qubits in quantum computers. Magnetic tunnel junction and tunnel magnetoresistance. Magnetic tunnel junction is a three-layer device consisting of a non-magnetic material sandwiched between two ferromagnetic materials. The tunnel magnetoresistance was discovered in 1988 by the team led by Alfred Furt in France and Grunberg in Germany in 1989, which gave birth to the new field of spintronics. The tunnel magnetoresistance is a quantum mechanical effect observed in magnetic tunnel junction devices and is defined as a large change in the electrical resistance by the application of magnetic field to the ferromagnetic layers. A small value of resistance belongs to the parallel magnetization configuration of the device and a large resistance when the device is in antiparallel magnetization configuration. So here is the basic structure of a magnetic tunnel junction, which consisting of two ferromagnetic layers and a middle layer, non-magnetic layer between them. When the ferromagnetic layers have the orientation opposite to each other, their device belongs to high resistance state. When the magnetization orientation of the two ferromagnetic layers belongs to the same orientation, the device belongs to low resistance state. Here is the spin dependent device density of states versus the ferromagnetic versus energy of ferromagnetic electrodes for parallel as well and for the anti-parallel magnetization configuration case. In case of parallel magnetization configuration at Fermi level, the majority spin dependent density of states for left and right electrode is same. That results in the small resistance of the device. Where in case of antiparallel magnetization configuration case, the at Fermi level, the majority spin dependent density of states for left electrode and right electrode is reversed, which results in the high resistance density of the device due to the mismatch in the conduction states. Graphene and its properties. Graphene is a two-dimensional structure allotrope of carbon. Two-dimensional structure is an allotrope of carbon consisting of a single layer of atoms arranged in a two-dimensional honeycomb lattice structure. The graphene was first discovered at Manchester University by a Russian-born scientist Andrei Green and Kostya Novolsov in 2004, and then that led to the Nobel Prize. The discovery led to the Nobel Prize in 2010. The material is about 100 times stronger than the strongest steel of the same thickness. Graphene displays very high electron mobility at room temperature of more than 15,000 centimeters square voltage inverse second inverse. The charged carriers are able to travel sub-micrometer distance without scattering. At room temperature, the values of spin lifetime and spin diffusion lengths are found to be 12.6 nanosecond and 13.5 micrometer respectively, which is large when compared with the other materials. Graphene can be obtained from direct exfoliation of a graphite or graphite intercalation method and a graphite oxide method. The computational details that I have gone through when I through the modulation of the device through when I simulated my device in atomistic toolkit that utilizes density functional theory and non-equilibrium Green function formalism. There are the patterns. The K-point sampling was set to 500. The density mesh cutoff was set at 50 Hartree. Similarly, the electron temperature was set to 300 Kelvin. The current through the device was calculated using the Launder-Butical formula, which utilizes transmission spectrum. Transmission spectrum gives the probability of an electron to flow through the device at a particular voltage. The proposed device consists of CrO2 electrodes. The left and the right electrodes are consisting of CrO2, chromium dioxide, and the middle is the scattering region that consists of graphene that is passivated with the chromium atoms. Here are the results from the results show that here are the current versus voltage plot for parallel configuration and anti-parallel configuration. In the parallel configuration, as you can see, the spin down current are restricted by the device. The only current flowing through the device is due to the spin up current. Since the spin down current is flowing, is almost negligible. That results in the high spin injection efficiency. While in case of antiparallel magnetization configuration, the current is very small when compared with the net current is very small when compared with the parallel configuration. That results in high tunneling magnetoresistance. Here is the transmission spectrum of parallel configuration and antiparallel configuration. The green and blue curves indicate the transmission of spin up and spin down channel. For the parallel configuration, the spin current is mainly due to, as can be seen from the previous picture, the spin current is only due to spin up current, and from here you can see the curve belongs to supine up channel. That is, the green shows a high transmission around the Fermi level, while the blue curve indicates the transmission is almost zero. That is in agreement with the obtained RV characteristics. Similarly, for antiparallel configuration, the transmission spectrum is very small. That results in the small current in this configuration. The tunneling magnetoresistance is given by the resistance in antiparallel magnetization configuration minus resistance in parallel configuration divided by resistance in parallel configuration multiplied by 100. For bias voltage of 0.2 volts, that is calculated is found to be 1.2 into 10 raised power 8. That is a very high value. Here is the variation of TMR with the voltage. The TMR shows almost peak at 0.2 volt. That is almost equal to 1.2 to 10 raised power 8, and decreases with the voltage. Similarly, the supine injection efficiency. Supine injection efficiency is defined as how the current is allowed to flow through the device depending upon the supine state of the electron. That is given by current in the that is given by current supine up current minus supine down current divided by supine up current plus supine down current multiplied by 100. Here is a supine injection efficiency versus the voltage. The supine supine injection efficiency is almost 100 for all the bias values. I'm going to conclude now. The supine-dependent electronic transport properties of chromium passivated graphene-based magnetic tunnel junctions were investigated. The modeled device shows a large value of tunnel magnetoresistance of almost 1.2 into 10 raised power 5. The supine injection efficiency is almost calculated to be 100%. The excellent supine transport properties of the device depict its potential for future supintronic devices. Furthermore, the device can find applications in MRAM, logic, implementation, read heads for drivers, hard drives, magnetic field sensors, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muzaffar Ghani, for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So with this, we will move on to our next presenter, Mr. Zahid A. Bhatt, who will be discussing on the microstrip. Sorry. Yes, I welcome Zahid A. Bhatt. Are you online? Who will be discussing
Yes,
here on microstrip spiral or resonator bandpass filter with defective ground structure for communication systems. So Zahid, can you please share your screen?
yes, ma'am. Wait a minute. Ma'am, actually, we are on 2G. I will not be able to join through my PC. That's why I'm sharing my screen through my mobile.
Okay, fine, no problem.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, it's visible. Please begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Here I am Zahid Ahmed Bhatt, and my today's topic is microstrip spiral resonator bandpass filter with defective.
Excuse me, Zahid. Sorry to interrupt. Can you
communication.
be audible? Can you please keep your mic towards a little more closer?
Ma'am, am I audible now?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Continuing my presentation, I will go through the contents like introduction, objectives, filter design methodology, filter geometry, results, performance comparison, conclusion, and discussion. First, as we all know that filters are the device that are used to confine the RF or the microwave signals within the assigned spectral limits. To design these filters, the major prominence is to decrease the size of the filter and to achieve good compatibility without performance degradation. In most of the wireless communication, these filters are generally utilized to suppress the unwanted noise signals, mainly in RF and microwave communication, because of their active role to reject the suppressed frequencies. These filters play important role in rejection of the stop band signals and sending the passband signals in communication system. Compact sub-6 GHz filter design has become the focused research topic these days due to their need to meet the small scale requirements for sub-6 GHz communication system. As this sub-6 GHz communication system is going to link the 4G with 5G. These bandpass filters have various numerous 5G applications for rejecting the noise frequencies. As these bandpass filters are very useful in 5G, Wi-Fi, WiMAX, etc. As saying these bandpass filters are simple to design by using resonators, poles, number of elements, and that define the various properties of filters. Different structures and approaches have been utilized and presented, such as parallel coupler lines, ring resonators, stepped impedance resonators, and step-loaded impedance resonators. Moving to the objectives, the main objective of my presenting my work is to design a bandpass filter that will work for sub-6 GHz frequencies, and I am utilizing my spiral resonators and defective ground structure techniques to achieve the goals like to make the filter compact, to reduce the losses, and to improve the design topology. Moving towards the design methodology, mostly the bandpass filters involves two steps. First step is to choose the appropriate prototype of the bandpass filter. As we can see on the screen, this is my prototype which I have chosen to design the bandpass filter as shown in figure first. The next step is to alter the lumped elements into the distributed elements. These lumped elements are nothing, just the inductances and capacitances, which I have chosen for my prototype. These lumped inductance and capacitances can be pre-mediated using the equations like L is equal to Z0 divided by G0 cross normalized frequency to the 2 pi cutoff frequency cross first element value. Similarly, we can calculate the value for the C. These LNC are nothing, just lumped inductances and lumped capacitances. Where these G0, G1, G2, and so on, these are element values for the bandpass prototype, whose values we have taken as G0 is equal to G4 is equal to G1. Similarly, G1 is equal to G3 is equal to 1.0316 and G2 is equal to 1.147. Moving to the second step, to convert our lumped prototype to the distributed elements. This step can be achieved using the equations L of L is equal to tau G divided by 2 pi sine inverse omega CL divided by Z0 L. These are the basic equations to equation 3rd and equation 4th. These equations are used to convert our lumped elements to the distributed elements. Here, ZOL and ZOC, these are the characteristic impedance for high and low impedance lines. After computing the length of these distributed elements, these are nothing, I asked LL and LC, these are the distributed elements length. The lumped elements are modeled to the microstrip resonator as shown in figure 2, which is on my next slide. That is the band pass filter geometry. Figure 2 here shows the proposed band pass filter geometry, which is working for the sub 6 gigahertz frequency, which I have chosen as 3.45 gigahertz. This filter has been designed using the substrate Rogers RT-Durite 5880, which has a relative constant of 2.2 and the thickness of 1.6. These spiral resonators give us the band pass filter, which help us to pass the desired frequencies through this pass band. While we have used the defective ground structure, that's actually a deliberated etched periodic or non-periodic cascaded configuration in the ground plane of a planar transmission line. The main characteristics of this DGS is to it has actually two characters, that is slow wave and the band stop characters. Band stop characters we have here to stop the band which is not desirable for our 5G networks in sub 6 gigahertz. As we have simulated this in the HFSS software, the proposed geometry of this filter provides good performance results as desirable for 5G communication. Moving to the results and discussion, this is the figure 3 where we can see the S parameters. S parameters here shows us the insertion loss and the return loss. This figure indicates that the insertion loss is 0.8 dB and the return loss is better than 14 dB. Which shows that they are it's good for the 5G communication. And the size, and the next thing is the size of the filter. Here is 11 cross 31.1 mm square. Comparing with the work of the comparing this work with other design filters work, as most of the filters have been designed for the central frequency that is between 3 and 4 gigahertz. My work has also been designed for 3.4 gigahertz, which is having lesser insertion loss than others and better return loss in terms of as it should be lesser for good performance. Moving to the conclusion, this filter has the advantage of being compact with low insertion loss and better return loss. Furthermore, the size of the filter is also compact as well, that it is 11 cross 31.1 millimeter square. Because of its compact size, simple structure, and good performance, the proposed sub 6 gigahertz band pass filter can be attractive for the future 5G communications. Thank you. Hello.
Yes, Zahid, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Yes, next I invite Mr. Dhirendra Patel to discuss on the effect of particle size ratio on strength of blended glass powder. So, Mr. Dhirendra Patel, have you joined us here? Hello. Dhirendra Patel. Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes. We can see your screen. You may begin, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I am beginning.
Yeah, thank you.
My topic of presentation is effect of particle size ratio on strength of blended glass powder under the supervision of Dr. Ravikant Srivastava and Dr. R.P. Tiwari and R.K. Yadav. Myself, Dhiren Patel, research scholar of Mahatma Gandhi Chitrakoot Gramodya Vishwavidyalaya, Chitrakoot, Satna. The objective of my study is to find out how cement paste, mortar and concrete with waste glass powder perform under stresses and the meantime associated environmental and economical benefits related to using such waste material for value addition of end product. Here the meaning of cement paste, simply it is a mixture of cement and water with certain amount of water. Mortar, in mortar we have to add one more ingredients like sand, whereas in concrete, in case of concrete, we have to add two ingredients like metal, that is coarse aggregate, and fine aggregate. So this is a what do you mean by paste, what do you mean by mortar, and what do you mean by concrete. Now the methodology adopted to test effectiveness of glass powder in partially replacing cement is conducted by first we have characterized glass powder and other ingredients of cement paste, mortar and concrete by SEM scanning electron microscopy and particle size laser analyzer. Then after that, we have tested its engineering behavior with compressor strength and pozzolanic reactivity. Then the environmental impact and economical consideration are also discussed. Now, this is a present scenario of waste glass powder produced worldwide. So this is a simply table in which all the countries showing the glass powder production, waste glass powder produced from different streams. Now in India, with reference to India, this is a diagram showing recycling rate, landfill rate, and reuse. So from the figure, it is clearly showing that 30%, 38% is dumped into landfill, 30% is used as reused, and the rate of recycling rate is very low, that is 32%. Now, we are going to define what do you mean by pozzolana. Pozzolana is a siliceous and aluminous material which in itself poses little or no cementitious value, but which will in finely divided form and in the presence of moisture react chemically with calcium hydroxide at ordinary temperature to form compounds possessing cementitious properties. So this is a definition of pozzolana, and we are going to define glass powder as a pozzolana. So these are the other various SCM materials like fly ash, like slag, like rice husk ash, which are already established as SCM, whereas in case of glass powder, the study is still going on. So these are the various percentage of minerals present in the SCM. I am not going into detail it. Now, glass, simply a hard brittle substance with soda and lime cooling rapidly. The different minerals present in glass are quartz and silica, soda ash, lime. Now, the structure of glass. This is important. The glass exhibits amorphous structure. It is not an ordered crystalline structure. It is an amorphous structure. That's why the XRD in a figure, the XRD diagram is fairly flat. No peaks are observed. So this will showing the amorphous structure of glass. Now the problem statement. What is the problem of waste glass produced? As we have seen in the previous slide, the recycling rate in India is very low, that is 32%. So the industry's inability to recycle 100% of the glass produced, and much of that glass produced in the world is discarded, is stockpiled or landfill, which we have seen that is 38%. So this is the what is the meaning of recycling rate of used glass. The next important problem is non-biodegradable nature of glass. It is reused again and again. Once it is formed, it cannot be destroyed. Then the next thing is glass collate are mixed. When the glass collate are mixed, that amber color, white color glass collate are mixed, this will create a problem. Next one is cement. As we are going to partially replace the cement, and cement is an important ingredient of mortar, paste and concrete, which is second only to water in volume consumption terms globally. So that is how the cement is consumed. You can see that. Now this is what I am presenting. The topic, that is particle size, decrease in particle size ratio, how it will define. So these are this is a figure which showing GP75. GP75 when decrease 12 micron, it will become GP63, and with cement and water, this form will paste. Again, GP63, a decrease in particle size 18 micron, becomes GP45. Then cement and water, this will become the paste. So this is how decrease in 12 micron and decrease in 18 micron particle size, how it will really affect the strength. This is the main motive of this research. This is a proportion containing control mix and modified mix. Modified when the glass powder is mixed in a plain mortar. So this is a composition: cement, standard sand, glass powder and water. So the plain mortar mix, that means there is no glass powder. The quantity of glass powder is 0. When we are saying 5% GP, that means 5% of cement is replaced by 5% of GP. 10%, that means 10% of cement is replaced by GP. 15%, that is 15% is replaced by GP, and 20%, that 20% replaced by GP. This is again the same table which is used for concrete. The first one is for mortar and that one is for concrete. So this is again the proportional details. I am not going into the detail. Now this is a various figure showing a scanning electron microscope of GP used in a study, used in an experimental plan. The first one is about the first figure is for GP75, the second figure is for GP63, and third figure is for GP45. The graph below is showing percentage cumulative volume of glass powder. This is research. This is carried out with the help of laser particle size analysis. Now the result and discussion. So first of all, we are going to discuss the fresh properties. When we are saying fresh properties, and what is really taking place into the mixture, that is refers to the fresh properties. So in fresh properties, basically we are dealing with normal consistency, initial setting time, and final setting time. So from the graph, it is clearly showing that as we are increasing the normal consistency is going to increase. So this is a linear behavior of glass powder versus normal consistency for a different type of glass powder like GP75, GP63, and GP45. So these are the graphs which are showing linear relation between consistency and percentage of glass powder. This slide showing the another fresh properties, that is initial setting time and final setting time and soundness. Again, the relation clearly shows that there is a linear relationship between initial setting time and percentage of glass powder. As we are increasing percentage glass powder, the initial setting time and final setting time and soundness are increasing. Now, these are the hardening stage properties. These are the hardening stage properties. That means when the reaction, when the cement and water reaction take place and the mortar and concrete are in a hardening stage. So in a figure, the compressive strength of mortar and strength activity index of mortar is showing. The compressive strength of mortar and concrete is tested for 7 days, 28 days, and 90 days. 7 days, 28 days, and 90 days. When we are comparing the control mix with various replaced blended glass powder, that is 5%, 10%, 15%, and 20%. At initial days, that means 7 days, it is clearly showing the strength of blended glass powder is decreasing with respect to plain mortar. Whereas as time increases, that means for 28 days, it is approximately equal to control mix. And for 90 days, it is ahead of control mix. So that is a meaning of that is what do you mean by pozzolana. Pozzolanic materials are showing greater strength at latter days. So that's why this is called pozzolanic effect. At initial days, the strength is normally decreasing. Then after 28 days and after 90 days, it will showing greater strength than the control mix. Similar behavior of strength is again showing in strength activity index. So these are the various glass powder GP75, GP63, and GP45, which are used for expressing the compressive strength and strength activity index. Again, this is for GP45 glass powder. Now the conclusion. The motive to partially replace the ordinary Portland cement and meantime engineering environmental and economical impact was carried out. 3 different particle sizes of glass powder, as I told you, GP75, GP63, and GP45. Up to 20% inclusion of glass powder into the control mix with increment of 5% by weight of glass powder were tested. Starting from the paste, the inclusion of glass powder in cement is initial time spawn would be effective to fill up the voids. Initially, the glass powder is effective to fill up the voids of hydrated cement mix. So the reason for dense and thick microstructure is observed in blended cement glass powder regime. As for fresh properties of blended glass powder is concerned, there is no harmful effect is notified except the effect of fineness is playing a dominant role in terms of increase in consistency and FTS value. Differences in particle size relatively increases the voids in blended system characterized by mean diameter D50 of the binder and replacer. Side-by-side composition of glass powder is also play a crucial role in formulating pozzolanic activity level and soundness. These are the key references which I have used in my study. And now these are my recent publication. The first one is on a construction and building material elsewhere publication, that is effective utilization of waste glass powder as the substitution of cement in making paste and mortar. This is my second elsewhere publication, Journal of Building Engineering, that is properties of cement mortar in substitution with waste fine glass powder and environmental impact study. Now the third one publication is in structural concrete, that is a journal of the FIB. So these are my publication. Thank you very much for presenting my work. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Dhirendra Patel, for your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Move on to our next presenter, Leanne Vina Gonzalez Ocampo. Leanne Ocampo, are you online?
Yes.
Okay. So, yes.
Can you see my presentation, ma'am?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So, first of all, good afternoon to our panelists, presenter, and attendees of this international conference on multidisciplinary research.
Sorry, Leanne. Have you shared the screen? Yes, now it's visible. Yes, you may begin. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you so much for this privilege to allow me to share our paper entitled Impact of Export and Import on Economic Growth in the Philippines. By the way, my name is Leanne Vina Ocampo. To give you a brief background, I am a graduate of Doctor of Philosophy and Business Management at Philippine Christian University and currently working as an instructor in the field of statistics, business, and economics in the Open Learning College of Cavite State University, Philippines. And together with my co-author, Dr. Jessie Anti Demetilio and Dr. Rosario B. Gumban, who is also a graduate of the same university and my colleague in the academe, we are pleased to present to you our research output. For the abstract, the research investigates the association between export, import, and economic growth in the Philippines. The study collected balanced trade indicator and economic output for the period of 1978 to 2017. And using the vector autoregression analysis, the study found out that there's a relationship exists among these variables, which I will discuss further in the later part of my presentation. For the introduction, Philippines is facing big challenges on attaining sustainable and inclusive economic growth in the face of globalization. The extent of integration among countries is continuously increasing since many countries around the world are now open to international trade. International production, trade, and investment are now being organized through the so-called global value chain. Global value chain, or the GVC, is the process where firms import material to produce commodities for export and export inputs that are exported further by their trading partner. It is where different stages in production process and marketing can be located across countries. Global value chain constitute important opportunities for developing countries like us to become part of the global economy by absorbing knowledge, technology, and add value to our product. But our country is considered a newcomer to this global value chain in comparison with other countries in the ASEAN region. Philippines is considered an emerging market that transitioned from agriculturally based to the one dependent on service and manufacturing. Due to this transition, our country experienced a great trade deficit. As you can see in the graph, the blue line represents the gross domestic output, red for the import, and green for the export. Import are outpacing export and the actual impact of this trade deficit, both in the short run and long run, of the country's economic output is still unclear. That's why this study is conducted in order to give a clear picture on how this variable can serve as a driver for growth and development. It will help our policymaker to make a basis in developing strategy to resolve potential impact of this trade deficit in our country. The study will focus on three main variables, particularly the import, export, and economic growth in the Philippines. For the methodology, the study was guided by the theory of comparative advantage by David Ricardo, which emphasized the mutual benefit of countries from international trade, and the new trade theory that considered the critical factors of this international trade variable as substantial component for economies of scale. So the researchers utilized these sources. We have here the Philippine Statistic Authority records, and of course, from the World Bank website, we have collected data of gross domestic product, annual data of import and export for 40-year period. And then vector autoregressive regression analysis was applied. As you can see in my presentation, this is the mathematical formula for the regression analysis, where YTs represent the dependent variable, A represent the coefficient of my independent variables, X for the xt minus I, X minus P, represent the log value of this variable that might be correlated with our dependent variable. The specification of a bar model can be defined as follows. So the first model is using gross domestic product or GDP as a dependent variable and function of import and export. For the second model, import is used as dependent variable with a function of GDP and export. And the last one, export as a function of GDP and import. So applying the regression analysis, the study concludes that there is a significant relationship between GDP, import, and export. It is therefore observed that export, the previous data of gross domestic product, and import causes the fluctuation of the future GDP. Further examination of the dynamic effect of GDP, import, and export in the Philippines was also applied. And in terms of the analysis, it shows that for GDP, about 72.25 to 100% shock is correlated with the GDP. Then for import, about 0.0015 to 8% of the fluctuation is associated with the change of export and affect the future gross domestic product. For import, the GDP change is associated with 12.35 to 21.91% change or fluctuation in import. Using the other model, so it shows that the second and third model using export and import as dependent variable is not significant. So in short, GDP and export has unidirectional causality as well as import and GDP, but for export and import, there is no causality. So our export and import could affect the future gross domestic output of the country, but not vice versa. For the appendices, in applying the model, first is to test the normality of the data, and it shows that our data is normally distributed. So application of regression analysis can be used. Augmented Dickey-Purler test was also applied, and it shows that it is stationary at first difference with 3 lags. So vector autoregressive model is the appropriate tool to be used. And the result shows as follows. So there's no co-integrating variables. It means that the relationship that we have observed between GDP, export, and import are only in the short run, but no long-run relationship has been observed in the study. So these are the variance decomposition, which only show the impact for 10 period of years of these independent variables such as GDP, export, and import on the future GDP. So that will be all. Let me end my presentation with this quotation that we need to remember that trade is a great peacemaker that enriches people and increases international understanding and ties between nations. So let's empower international trade among countries and help each other to grow and develop globally as competitive nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Leon, for that amazing quick presentation. So next we will move on to our next presenter, Jessie Ann, who will be discussing on the managerial performance of fast food restaurant managers in the Philippines, basis for capability enhancement program. Hello, Jessie. Can you unmute?
Yes, hello.
Yes, hello, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm going to share my...
Yeah, sure. Yes, please.
Okay, is my PowerPoint already visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it already visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Yes.
Could you please put it on full screen, please? Yes, yes.
Okay.
It's perfect. You may begin.
Okay, good day, everyone. May I present to you our research paper titled Managerial Performance of Fast Food Restaurant Managers in the Philippines, Basis for Capability Enhancement Program. I am Dr. Jessie Ann-T. Demetilio, the author, and my co-authors are Dr. Lian G. Ocampo and Dr. Rosario B. Cumban. All of us are graduates of Doctor of Philosophy and Business Management at the Philippine Christian University and are currently affiliated at Cavite State University, Philippines. For the abstract, the study generally assessed the management skills, work values, and job performance of the fast food restaurant managers in the Philippines, specifically in Tres Marias City, as a basis for developing managerial capability enhancement program. It corroborates the relationship of profile variables to the management skills, work values, and job performance, and as well as validates the relationship between management skills and work values to the fast food restaurant manager's job performance. Results showed that only the average monthly income was found to have a significant relationship with management skills, work values, and job performance, and that management skills and work values are highly significant to the fast food restaurant manager's job performance. Index terms, job performance, management skills, managers, and work values. Now, for the background of the study, fast food restaurant is a particular type of restaurant characterized by its fast food cuisine with minimal table service. According to Celentano 2019, the term fast food establishment is quick service restaurant or QSR. The service restaurant industry is a significant and growing aspect of the overall restaurant industry as affirmed by Mason, Jones, Benefield, and Walton 2016. So just like in other countries, this restaurant industry had flourished very well in the Philippines. In recent years, more and more fast food restaurants are sprouting and grabbing shares in the market, particularly in the city of Tres Marias in the province of Cavite, to where I conducted my study. These fast food restaurants compete not only in delivering excellent product and services to the customers they serve, but also in retaining and attracting more and more customers. Today, managing a fast food restaurant is not as easy as it is. It is a difficult task, signifying huge responsibilities and challenges for every manager. Campbell 2017 specified that managing a restaurant is like watching over a complicated machine's gears, confined not only with the typical managerial concerns of employees and customers, but also dealing with its food and services. The restaurant industry's overall success lies in the sound and outstanding management of the restaurant managers, according to Kagurangan 2017. Whereas poor management skills carry long-term effects that might infect the entire organization. That is according to Loveway 2016. On the other hand, strong work values play an indispensable role in the workplace. It improves performance according to Reddit 2016. And also Liu Hang, and Chang 2016 affirmed that work values influence the employee's job performance. As such, it is imperative for the management to ensure that they have the managers that possess exemplary management skills, work values, and job performance, and that an assessment should be regularly done as basis for capability enhancement program for continuous improvement. The result of the study will be beneficial for strategic decision-making of the top management and human resources department of the fast food restaurants in designing the capability enhancement program for continuous improvement of the fast food restaurant managers. The research design used in this study was a descriptive research method, which includes the data gathering using survey questionnaires and analysis of the result using statistical tools. Now, for the conclusion as to profile in terms of age, most of the managers are 25 years old and below, hence are categorized as young. This finding supports the fact that most of the fast food restaurants in the city encourage fresh graduate applicants with experience as a service crew to apply as a manager. For educational attainment, the result shows that majority of the fast food managers have only a bachelor's degree. With this result, courses needed to improve management skills and work values can be incorporated in designing the capability enhancement program. In terms of number of years in service as a manager, the result revealed that most respondents have served as a manager for only 5 years and below. It supports the article of Lazari 2018 that the fast food industry has exceptionally high turnover rates. It also coincides why most of the managers have a relatively low number of years of service. Now, for the number of trainings attended, most of the managers have attended only 5 and below number of trainings, which can be considered as insufficient. Hence, it can be inferred that management must design and offer various capability enhancement training programs for continuous improvement of the managerial skills and work values. For the average monthly income, the result revealed that most of the managers have an average monthly income of only 15,000 pesos and below. This salary range can be considered low for managerial position in the Philippines. The management must therefore create an attractive compensation scale or scheme for the managers. For table number 2, it shows that managers are excellent in terms of management skills, work values, and job performance as assessed by themselves. For table number 3, the result shows that managers also are excellent in terms of management skills, work values, and job performance as assessed by their staff. Though the results were interpreted as excellent, still monitoring of performance and various capability enhancement programs are essential are essential for continuous improvement of their managerial performance. Okay. Table 4 is the correlation analysis of the profile of the managers and their management skills, work values, and job performance. Employing Spearman's correlation coefficient test, the results showed that from among the variables or profile variables considered in the study, only the average monthly income was found to have significant relationship with the management skills, work values, and job performance. This essentially suggests that income plays a crucial role in exhibiting management skills, work values, and the fast food restaurant manager's job performance. The fast food restaurant management must therefore consider reprogramming and redesigning an attractive and competitive compensation scheme commensurable to the position of the fast food restaurant managers as it is notably related to management skills, work values, and job performance. Now, for the correlation analysis of management skills and job performance of the managers, persons are test of significant was employed, and the results showed that management skills is highly significant to the job performance of the managers. Also, table 7 shows that work values is highly significant to the job performance of the managers. So this concludes that an assessment to monitor management skills, work values, and job performance is a worthwhile basis for planning, creating, and implementing managerial capability enhancement programs for continuous improvement, since both management skills and work values are highly significant to the job performance. Okay, now for our appendices, so this is for the profile. And this is for the correlation or relationship analysis or test. And these are our references for the study. Okay, and that would be all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jessie, and for your presentation.
Thank you.
So next I welcome Rosario Gomban to give her presentation on property management services of different village clubhouses, basis for an improved quality model.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So let me share to you my PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, sure.
Okay. So once again, pleasant afternoon to each and everyone. Today, I'm going to present our research study about property management services of different village clubhouses, basis for an improved quality model. So just to give you an overview, when we see village clubhouses, these are physical structure created for members or homeowners of the subdivision for recreational purposes for the community to use, and that amenities are for public use. Again, my name is Rosario Gumban, and with me is Jessie Anti Demetilio and Lian Vina G. Ocampo. We are graduates of Doctor of Philosophy in Business Management from Philippine Christian University and now faculty members of Cavite State University, Philippines. Now, the study is about the assessment of the service quality of property management services using the ServQual framework by Parasuraman, Berry, and Zetamil. So here, we identify the level of perception and the level of expectation. And the results show the level of expectation is high and the level of perception is low. And that results to a low service quality. In this study, there are 240 respondents answer the survey questionnaire, with 22 match pair of questions, and that respondents are categorized according to membership, which includes lot owners, homeowners, employees of the organization, and shareholders, as well as non-members. Also, we considered classification as to group of people, family, different educational institutions, and organizations who are customers with confirmed reservations. And also as to the number of usage, from 1 to more than 8 times, and the facilities being used composed of main hall, the swimming pool, the poolside, the picnic area, the badminton court, the tennis court, and the open area. So just to give you an overview, what is property management as defined by Business Dictionary? It is about the managing of property available for leasing. And this property management also is responsible for the collection of payments and maintenance and upkeep of the grounds. And a good property management, according to Business Coach Incorporated, is it reduces operating expenses and create a desirable ambiance, which adds to the property's profitability. Also, good property management adds value to older and more dilapidated properties, as well as reflects the environment of social governance and improves resident satisfaction rate. Now, land and buildings are part of the success of the operation of organizations or institutions, either public and private. This is according to Muhammad, Musa, and Belio. And the success depends on the efficiency and effectiveness of property management. So as you can see, these are the village clubhouses which I conducted and chosen to be categorized as part of this study. Now the question is, why is quality is being considered and why is it important? That's most of the time others would ask. And here, business success, growth, and competitiveness are the result of how companies understand and improve quality. Also, quality affects customer perception and enhances it. And when you say customer perception, it varies and is dynamic. That perception has a level of satisfaction and dissatisfaction. Also, perception towards the organization and product or service offerings changes with a developing relationship. So as the customer accumulates experiences, perceptions change from fact-based judgment to a more general meaning. So over time, customer needs and preferences change towards certain circumstances. So in this study, upon identification of the level of service quality of property management, researchers found out that all quality dimensions have high gap scores reflecting low service quality. And to note, the quality dimension, which is reliability, has the highest mean difference, having a negative 1.78. And next to it is the tangibility quality dimension with negative 1.77917. So with that, the researchers come up with this property management quality model to not only fill in the gap, but also address specific issue as to reliability and tangibility quality dimensions. So it is true that property management company's profitability rate relies on its service offerings and physical assets. Therefore, the application of appropriate service performance and physical resource structure are necessary to determine profitability. And researchers are recommending that key personnel of the property management should have competencies level in addressing concerns and managing village clubhouses. On the other hand, as to appropriation of or the appropriate physical resource structure, real estate property owners or developers should check the condition of the facilities, the serviceability, as well as the functionality and the safety of the structure and the grounds. And after which, the monitoring of service performance and the development of physical resource structure should follow and see if there is a change in the perceived service quality level upon assessment. So once again, thank you very much. And just to share to you some of the appendices of our research, we have here the descriptive statistics, the t-test, and the paired sample test, as well as the differences. And the references includes the following. Okay, so thank you again, and a pleasant day to everyone. Ms. Jezila, we cannot hear you. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. So next we will move on to our next presenter, Kromba Ibrahim. He will be discussing on the parametric simulation of butterfly wing under its mathematical optimal shape. I hope Mr. Ibrahim has joined us here.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, you may begin your presentation.
I will share my screen.
Yeah.
Hello? Hello? Mrs. Jezila?
Yes. Mr. Ibrahim, are you beginning
Hello?
your presentation? Yes, you're audible to us. You may begin.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, please.
So, my name is Kromba Ibrahim. I will present to you the parametric simulation of butterfly wing under its mathematical shape, optimal shape. So we are beginning by biography. Of course, a second-year PhD student at Clemson University, master degrees in biomedical instrumentation, biomedical engineering field, and our research interest is nano and micro robotic and biomedical applications, microsystems, prostheses and artificial organs, and mathematical behavior of human being. So, our article discusses the geometric shape of a butterfly wing and its simulated aerodynamic performance under the CAMSOL multiphysics CAD tool using two 3D principal materials, ABS and PLA, and a listometric polymer, PDMS. This parametric analysis is done with the FSC physics, so fluid structure interaction, and a two-dimensional profile. Mathematical equations as Navier-Stokes, Reynolds number, were used to determine the reaction of aerodynamic parameters between the different materials and the chosen air surface. The wing aerodynamic performance evolves over time during simulation, and the target variable is displacement of the wing per second. Therefore, as a result of the study, we found that the flexibility of the materials allow high concentration of pressure on the contour of the wing. On the other hand, This pressure is concentrated on the center when it comes to a rigid material. This means that the aerodynamic parameters interact at the contour of the wing for a flexible material and on the center of a rigid one. So to improve these performances, we mix the flexible with the rigid material. The result were convincing, considering that the pressure is almost equally distributed over most of the wing surface, with a better displacement. So, like all the research article before, two questions can be asked in this context. How was the research process, and what benefits can we have from that? So, for the process, 3 stages are essential. First, knowing that we are studying a wing on a microscopic scale, the analysis of the structure must be done. For this, we have chosen the monarch butterfly, also called beautiful lady, because its wings is close to the geometric pattern of circles and triangles as you are seeing in figure 1, in order to facilitate surface calculation and optimize the wing. Now, knowing that the surface is larger than the thickness, we have used the b-dimensional profile by generalizing the impact of the wing in the relation to its surface. Second, the fluid analysis. For this, we have implemented Navier-Stokes equation and Reynolds number to refine the air and obtain a laminar flow. Then, finally, the analysis of aerodynamic motion. Once finished, we define the boundary conditions and we introduce the characteristic of materials and the fluid to have a fluid structure interaction as seen in table 1, 2, and 3. So, the modeling of the wing, or the structure in general, and the laminar airflow and the conditions of adapting the aerodynamic motion are all introduced in COMSOL Multiphysics CAD tools. Now, let's answer the second question. Many informations were derived from this study. First, a micro butterfly wing drains a large amount of the air relative to its surface, as shown in figure 1A. I think that further researchers must take in consideration this point, because I've read a quite number of them, and this point was neglected. As shown in figure 1B, to determine which aerodynamic parameter is more important for the takeoff between the lift or the drag, this last was simulated, and it was noticed that the lift is more important, indicating a perpendicular airflow along the y-axis. We go further on this research. So we have set the viscosity to simulate the atmospheric air at room temperature. Therefore, the flow circulates on the x plus x-axis direction for a wing beats of 0.1 meter per second, as shown in figure 2.a. But for speed of 1 meter per second, the wing quickly reaches a quasi-stable state flight. Consequently, we can deduce that the higher the wing flapping speed is, the better is the stability of the micro-robot. The result of COMSOL simulation shown in figure 3 demonstrates separately the effect of the lift and the drag on the wing. So, figure 3.a shows that the effect takes place on the wing's contour for airflow along the x-axis, but its center for airflow along y-axis, figure 3.b. Therefore, we conclude that the air pressure focuses around the wing for the drag and on the wing center of gravity for the lift. These 3 facts are used for the analysis of dynamic motion shown in figure 4. And as you are seeing, it shows the way of flying of a real butterfly. The micro-robot wing construction materials such as ABS, PLA, and PDMS has important effects on its flight performance. As shown in figure 5, ABS generates a weak aerodynamic force on the wing center of gravity, figure A, unlike the PLA that shows an important interaction, figure B. The PDMS takes effect mainly on the wing's contour. Consequently, if the construction material is flexible, the aerodynamic forces focuses mainly on the wing's contour, thus improving its drag. However, for a rigid material, the force is concentrated on the center of gravity and thus improving its lift. So, benefiting from this result, the PLA and PDMS are superimposed in order to induce a better aerodynamic performance between our structure and the laminar airflow as shown in figure 6. For A flexible material, PLA, for B, the PDMS, and for C, the mixture between the flexible and the rigid material. Now, the acute angles circled in figure 7 generate a high friction with the air, which can disturb the stability of the wing. For this, we have curved them until these disturbances are eliminated as shown in figure 7.b. Now, if the two wings have a symmetrical synchronized movement, then they generate only the force necessary for the takeoff, as shown in figure 8.e. But if the movement of the wing is not symmetrical or asynchronized, self-rotations will take place, as shown in figure 8 from A to D. This behavior is estimated for the result of the pressure simulation in figure 8.f. So, as a conclusion, in this work, we is inspired by the butterfly monarch wings structure. We have proposed a biomimicry design that may have the potential to be used in the conception of a micro-robot. The structure, the elasticity, the 3D principal materials, the elastomers, the airflow, and the aerodynamic parameters are analyzed, estimated, and studied in order to achieve an optimal flight. Once the forces and the airspeed have been entered, those of the wing can be calculated by integrating the aerodynamic forces on the surface. The equations were used to analyze the air pressure on the wing during its interaction with the laminar airflow, where COMSOL CAD tool is used to obtain the visual solution and show us the ability of the wing when it comes to fly. A mixture of PLA and PDMS were used to mimic the membrane of the wings and gave an exploitable result, while the scales were neglected, of course. Thus, the modeled wing was considered as a two-dimensional profile. The flapping mechanism has already been studied and printed on the basis of 3 gears to create a stable movement between two wings and improve flight performances also. In this manuscript, the masses and inertia on the wing structure have not yet been taken into consideration. The wing simulated with the appropriate materials and properties will be designed and will serve in the dynamic study of our micro-robot using various analytical references. Our micro-robot is a plastic surgery butterfly which have a size of 5 millimeters. These are references, and thank you for your time, attention, and consideration.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ibrahim, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. You may stop sharing your screen, please. Yes, thank you. And with this, we will move on to our last presenter, Mr. Pavan Kumar, who will be discussing on the 3-weight and 5-weight linear codes over finite fields. Mr. Pavan Kumar?
Yes. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, you are absolutely audible. Can you please share your screen?
Yes, I am going to share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, we can see your screen. You may begin, please.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So I am a research scholar at the Department of Mathematics, Aligarh Muslim University, India. So I am going to present my paper entitled 3-weight and 5-weight linear codes over finite field. The outlines of my paper is introduction and preliminary, main result, application, and then references. Introduction and preliminary. For some positive integer m and an odd prime p, let FPM be a finite field with p to the power m elements. A linear code C of length n over FPM is a subspace of FPMN. An NKD linear code over FPM is a k-dimensional subspace of FPMN with minimum having distance d. Now we define the weight of a code word. Weight of a code word is the number of non-zero symbols in C. The weight enumerator of a code word C is a polynomial defined by 1 plus a1z plus a2z square plus dot dot plus anzn, where ai denotes the number of code words of weight I in C. A code C is said to be T weight if the cardinality of the set is equal to T. Let A be a primitive element of FPM. The primitive element is the generator of the cyclic generator of the multiplicative group of FPM, and P is equal to P to the power m is equal to NH plus 1 for two positive integers, n is strictly greater than 1 and H is strictly greater than 1. The cyclotomic classes of order n in FPM are the cosets Ci and PM is equal to AI, the group generated by A to the power m, for I is equal to 0 to n minus 1, where A to the power n denotes the subgroup of FPM star generated by A to the power n. It is obvious that the cardinality of Ci and PM is equal to H. For fixed I and j, we define the cyclotomic number Ij and Pm to be the number of solution of the equation xi plus 1 is equal to xj, where xi belongs to Ci and xj belongs to Cj, where 1 is the multiplicative identity of FPM. That is, an additive character chi of FPM is a mapping from FPM into the multiplicative group of complex number of absolute value 1 with chi g of g1 plus g2 is equal to chi of g1 to chi of g2 for all g1 g2 belongs to FPM. The additive character defined by equation 1, and all the additive characters can be found like this. The the characters of multiplicative group FPM star of FPM are called multiplicative character of FPM. For the equation to define the multiplicative character over FPM, if we take j is equal to p to the power m minus 1 upon 2, then this character is said to be quadratic character over FPM. The quadratic Gauss sum G is equal to G eta chi 1 over FPM is defined by equation 3, and similarly we can define Gauss sum over FPE by equation 4. Here is the divisor of M. FPM and FPE are both finite fields, but E is the divisor of M. The explicit values of quadratic Gauss sum are given by the following lemma, by the lemma 1. And the lemma 2 gives that eta of y is equal to 1. Here eta is quadratic character. Eta y is equal to 1 if y belongs to FPE star, and eta y is equal to eta bar y for each y belongs to FPE star. Here eta bar is quadratic Gauss quadratic character for FP star, and eta is quadratic character of FPM. When n is equal to 2, the cyclotomic numbers are given by the lemma 3, and lemma 4, let chi be a non-trivial additive character of FPM, and let f of x is equal to a2x square plus a1x plus a0 belongs to FPM. This is a polynomial of degree 2 with a2 non-zero. Then summation x belongs to FPM, chi of x is equal to chi of a0 minus a1 square for a2 inverse eta a2 g, where g is Gauss sum. Let FPQ be a finite field with Q element where Q is equal to FP, P is an odd prime for some positive integer M. Let D be a subset of FQ star. A linear code CD of length n over FP is defined by CD is equal to trace of x of x d1 comma trace of x d2 dot trace of x dn. X belongs to FQ, where TR is an absolute trace function from FPM onto FP. This construction is proposed by Ling et al. The motivation is that Lee et al. In their paper published in Discrete Applied Mathematics, they constructed a class of 3-weight and 5-weight linear codes over FP. Motivated by these results, we constructed 3-weight and 5-weight linear code over FPE. The FP is a general field, general than the Ling et al. In the present, we are motivated by the result Linger, we construct linear code over FP. Here FP is a general field. So we generalize in this paper the results of Lee et al. We define D, the defining set by X belongs to FPM star such that trace of X square plus X is equal to 0. This is equal to D1, D2, Dn, and CD by equation 5, where TREM is the trace function from FPM onto FP. Define NB is equal to cardinality of X belongs to FPM such that trace of X square plus X is equal to 0 and trace of BX is equal to 0. Let W2CB denote the Hamming weight of the code word CB of the code CD. Then the weight of CB is nothing but L0 minus NB, which is defined by equation 6, where L0 is equal to the cardinality of D plus 1. Now we divide our mail result in 4 parts. So we consider first part when 2 divides S and P divides S. S is the value of trace at 1, TREM 1. So we consider that when 2 divides S and P divides S. In order to determine weight distribution of CD defined by 5, we need the following lemma. The lemma 5 gives the value of NB. The theorem 1 is directly follows from the equation 6 and the previous lemma 5, which describes the parameters for the code CD defined by 5. Here the length of the code is p to the power m minus e minus 1 plus p to the power minus e p to the power e minus 1 z as linear code with the weight distribution in table 1. This gives the example for the previous theorem. Now we consider the second case when 2 divides S and P does not divide S. Then we have the following lemma. Lemma 6, which gives the value of and B with the different conditions. So the next theorem, theorem 2, is directly follows from the equation 6 and the previous theorem. The theorem 2 describes the weight distribution of the code CD defined in equation 5 with weight distribution in table 2 and where G is equal to minus 1. Which is defined in theorem 2, and this is the example for theorem 2. This is table which is describe the weight distribution of theorem 2. Now we consider the third case when 2 does not divide and P divides S. Then we have the following lemma. This also describes the value of NV under different conditions. And now we have the theorem 3, which is directly follows from the previous lemma and equation 6. The theorem 3 describes the weight distribution of the linear code CD defined in 5 with the weight distribution in table 3. And example 3 is for the theorem 3. And this is the second example for the last theorem. And this is the next result. When now we consider the last case when 2 does not divide S and P does not divide S. The lemma 8 describes the value of NV under different conditions, and Similar to previous cases, the theorem 4 is directly follows from the lemma 8 and the equation 6, which has base distribution in table 5 and 6 under different condition when eta bar minus s is equal to 1, when eta bar minus s is equal to minus 1. And the example 5 is the theorem 4. And now we come to the applications. In this paper, we present class of 3 weight and 5 weight linear number of 3 weight and 5 weight course were discussed in this references. When the ratio of minimum weight to the maximum weight is strictly greater than p to the power e minus 1 upon p to the power e, this type of code can be used to construct secret sharing scheme. So here we have shown that for the linear coefficient in theorem 1, we have shown that the ratio of the minimum weight to the maximum weight is strictly greater than p to the power e minus 1 upon p to the power e. We have shown for all the 4 cases that the ratio of minimum weight to maximum weight is strictly greater than p to the power e minus 1 upon p to the power e. And these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pawan Kumar, for your presentation. So with this, we come to an end of our conference. International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research, Studies and Education, ICMDRSE 2020, organized by IFERP. So first of all, I congratulate and thank all of you for your active participation and successful conduction of the program. And I'm also grateful to our honorable keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Felix Ling and Dr. R. Lakshmana Kumar for sparing their valuable time and words of wisdom. I take this opportunity to express my warm gratitude to IFERP and team for their sincere support and cooperation. And I also thank all our ICMDRSE 2020 organizing committee members for their efforts. And once again, I would like to thank all our participants for your active participation. So thank you so much and have a nice day. So if you have any queries related to the event, please do write back to us and you may contact our coordinators. So once again, thank you all and have a nice day.